Enda English. English ni ile ya mwisho kwa.
Sawa, naisikia. Peleka. Kama huja kuidana hapa juu.
Testing 1 2 testing 1 2 testing 1 2 testing 1 2 testing 1 2
Yeah, that's fine.
Richard
Mic testing 1 2 mic testing 1 2
test reduce kidogo rapo.
Come again? Come again?
Reduce it.
Volume
ya rappel.
Yeah? Okay.
Volume ya rappel iko juu sana.
Umeweka kwa iti. Kwani zimejaa?
Good morning, participants. Would Would you like to take your seats, please? Good morning, distinguished participants. Good morning, good morning. Many times. No, you just have to say, but can we arrange for the bell outside? We need to arrange the bell outside.
Peter. Test the lapel.
Test number 8. Peter, test number 8.
Good morning again, distinguished participants. Let's begin our workshop. With great pleasure, I welcome you to the workshop on energy efficiency. It is convened in accordance with the request of the parties contained in Decision 34/3, adopted by the meeting of the parties last year. This decision underscores the parties' collective commitment to enhancing energy efficiency of the refrigeration, air conditioning, and heat pump equipment while phasing down HFCs under the Kigali Amendment to the Montreal Protocol. In order to meet the commitment to enhance energy efficiency, the challenges must be addressed. At the same time, there are vast opportunities out there in terms of policies, technologies, and strategies that may be employed to address the challenges effectively. This workshop is for all of us to share information, experience, and lessons learned, and access challenges related to improving availability and accessibility to energy-efficient equipment and equipment using low or zero GWP alternatives. Let us explore the barriers and possible solutions. Thank you very much to the experts who have joined this workshop as facilitators, panelists, and speakers to bring your knowledge, expertise, and insights to this workshop and to guide us through this subject matter. Thank you very much also to the experts who will showcase their experiences and information in poster sessions being held during the coffee and lunch breaks. I hope that the workshop will stimulate a lot of discussions and generate useful insights and thoughts for actions. The outcomes of this workshop will be considered by the 35th meeting of the parties that starts tomorrow. Thank you very much, distinguished participants. Let me hand the floor over to Liazat, who has been leading the organization of this workshop from my team. She will now explain the workflow and other arrangements for this workshop. Liazat.
Thank you very much, Meg. Good morning, distinguished participants. So just very quickly go through the organization of work for today. The latest provisional agenda is uploaded on the meeting portal. This workshop consists of 5 sessions. We started at 9 and we'll finish by 7. Session 1, 3, and 4 includes 3-4 presentations by our expert speakers, followed by discussion with the audience. In session 2, which is last 2 hours, we have 2 panel discussions focusing on the manufacturing and the refrigeration servicing sectors. And in the final session 5, we'll have a panel discussion with representatives of some parties who have kindly agreed to share their takeaway messages from this workshop. In the evening, we'll have a reception hosted by the Ozon Secretariat. Between each session, we have a break for coffee, with a complimentary coffee and tea provided, and e-poster session, which I will explain a bit more about. And between session 2 and 3, we'll have a lunch break for 1.5 hours. Because the way we designed the agenda, we wanted to have more time for discussion with our experts and the audience, but at the same time, we've identified a number of interesting case studies, example projects, knowledge tools that are very relevant for this workshop. And that's why we organized also a poster session, e-poster session, because it's on the screens, not on paper, during the breaks. These posters are available in the main lobby if you take the staircase back, jointly close to the coffee stations that we organized, and to the main cafeteria where lunch is available for participants. These are 8 poster presentations that are available during the breaks. They're available throughout the workshop, but during the breaks, the presenters will be there to engage with you, to answer your question, and take you through their experience. On the meeting portal, you'll find all the background documents for this workshop. Pre-session documents, main background note has been translated into UN languages. In addition, all the presentations to be covered in this workshop and the posters are available also on the meeting portal under these tabs. The brochure with biographies of all our speakers also available on the meeting portal and the meeting information tab. The outcomes of this workshop will be summarized as a meeting document for the MOP 35. It will be available by the time this agenda item 11 will be considered by the parties during the preparatory segment, which is possibly already tomorrow in the afternoon. As with the workshop that we had in July, just before OEWG, the workshop is being live streamed on the YouTube channel of the Ozon Secretariat, which you can access through these QR codes. Viewing is also available on the app. If you have already used the OEWG 45 app, it should have been already automatically updated to cover the context of MOP 35. And just to share some logistical arrangement, housekeeping arrangement. On this app, you also have a map of the venue. As you've noticed, our UN complex here is quite extensive. So you'll find the key locations. For example, in this red circle, you'll find, which is just opposite this room, you'll find the prayer room, just one prayer room, and also a room for DSA collection from tomorrow. Lunch, as I mentioned, will be available in the main lobby next to the coffee stations and to the posters on a self-pay basis. Please use the app for MOP 35 for all the announcements. And also we've been notified that from noon, in front of the US Embassy, which is just in front of the UN gate to the UN, there might be some protest organized. So we suggest you don't leave the complex during lunchtime and stay here to avoid any disruption for your movement. With that, I would like to finalize this session and invite our first panel, first speakers of the first session, to the stage. It will be moderated, facilitated by Ms. Shiha Bazin from the UNEP Cool Coalition.
Thank you so much, and a very good morning to all of you. I'm very, very pleased to be welcoming the panel that I have here with me to answer all of the difficult questions that the Montreal Protocol Secretariat, the Ozone Secretariat, has taken the pains to put together for us today on your request. We're joined by Satish Kumar from Alliance for an Energy Efficient Economy, Omar Abdulaziz, who is co-chair RTalk as well as a TEEP member, Ray Gluckman, who is also from TEEP, and Connor Gask from the IEA. The intent of this session is to really sort of lay out what the rest of the day is going to bring to you, as Liazat has sort of highlighted. So where are we really at in terms of the state of play of energy efficiency and the HFC phase down coming together? What are the barriers, the challenges, the financing opportunities, the policy opportunities here? And I think it's important, as we get started on that, to perhaps for this session take a step back and recognize that we're in October 2023, and already this year has seen 2 of the hottest months on record globally. Access to cooling remains a critical sustainable development challenge. There are still billions of people without access to sustainable cooling. The climatic impact of providing that access is going to be debilitating, you know, at the way business as usual is going. And in order to address this, governments are thinking long and hard about it. The fact that you're all here attending this workshop, requesting this workshop, is testimony to that. So while the intent remains, so do the challenges. And I'd like to turn perhaps first to Connor to give us an overview of where we're at in the energy efficiency landscape globally, so that we can get deeper into what those challenges, opportunities, and solutions look like.
Good morning, everybody, and it's a pleasure to be here this morning to represent the IEA to talk about energy efficiency. First of all, I'd like to thank the Executive Secretary, Meg Seki, Liazat, and Shika for organizing this excellent workshop. I'm really looking forward to getting into some of the details of energy efficiency throughout the day as well. My presentation today, I think, will aim to give a broad overview of some of the trends that we've been looking at in terms of energy efficiency in the last few years. I think in particular, with the wake of the global energy crisis, we've seen really a step up in actions from governments around the world to take action, address that issues of affordability of energy, increasing fuel prices, but also in terms of taking action to further action on energy emissions. Can I see the slides? Yeah, just waiting for the slides to come up. Great, so as I mentioned today, I'll be talking primarily about the role of energy efficiency in meeting net zero. And as you may have seen a few weeks ago, we released our latest net zero scenarios report from the IEA, which really set out a pathway towards 2050, but also providing some details in terms of the next decade on what actions may need to be taken to really place energy efficiency as a key driver of emissions reduction in the next 20 to 30 years. So maybe to start looking at trends in the last year. So in our energy efficiency report last year, we found that unprecedented actions taken by governments around the world led to record levels of improvements in energy intensity and also investment in energy intensity in 2022. And this was compared to a much lower but sustained improvement in energy intensity over the preceding 2 decades. In our analysis, we've been looking at actions that can achieve a doubling of energy efficiency improvements to the end of this decade. This is a target which has been put forward by the European Commission in partnership with the COP28 presidency for the COP summit in a few weeks' time. But it's also drawn on effectively a doubling of the energy intensity improvement in 2022, increasing that to over 4% by 2030. So what we're looking to see globally is an average improvement of 4% in energy efficiency over the next 10 years. And recognizing that this is a big step up in terms of energy efficiency investments, action, tightening of regulations, but also looking to drive forward communications campaigns in kind of recognizing the increased importance of consumers and decision making in these trends. So looking at how to get there, and this is something which we've been doing a lot of analysis on, and in the next few weeks as well, our latest energy efficiency reports will provide much more details than I can share today. But as we can see, reaching a doubling will require a range of actions, including significant improvements in energy efficiency, enhanced improvements on driving behavior change, but also looking at driving targeted investments in energy efficiency in the buildings, industry, transport, and power sector. And also, as Shika mentioned, in terms of record high temperatures in the summer, we've been seeing some trends around increased pressure on power systems as well, a lot of which is coming from increased adoption of cooling solutions. So there's really a range of actions which need to take place in order to really bump up this rate of improvement over the next 10 years. Talking about cooling, and I think this is something which has come especially into the spotlight in the last few years, and as Shika mentioned, we had 2 record months in terms of global temperatures this year, which have been driving demand for air conditioning solutions, but also solutions for passive cooling, nature-based solutions for cooling as well. And what we've seen, maybe looking at the last 2 decades, first of all, is that energy demand for space cooling has risen at an average pace of 4% per year since 2000. And this is twice the rate that we've seen in terms of energy demand growth for lighting and water heating. And in 2022, for the second year in a row, space cooling saw the largest increase in demand across all buildings and uses. And a large part of this was driven by increased demand for cooling. Talking about carbon emissions, from our calculations, we found that space cooling, emissions from space cooling since 1990 have tripled to around 1 gigaton in 2022. So again, looking at this trend of increased demand for cooling solutions, increased adoption in the future of air conditioning solutions, and also the need to adopt more efficient appliances and models. There's really a lot that we need to do in terms of addressing the CO2 emissions potential from cooling. Some of the research we've been doing at a regional level, and an example here is shared from the ASEAN region, showed some interesting trends in terms of how space cooling, but also demand for appliances, is driving overall demand for electricity. Ownership of ACs in the ASEAN region has increased from around 20% of households in 2017, and we see this increasing to around 60% of households by 2040. So without increased action on energy efficiency regulations, policies and incentives against this increasing demand for cooling solutions in increasingly high temperature situations, we could see an issue where both emissions are increasing at an exponential rate, but also where there's an increasing strain on power systems to deliver the electricity that people need. So there is this kind of intermeshing of issues around affordability and access for cooling solutions, but also the need to develop more robust, sustainable power grids in the future. Moving on to issues around affordability, and maybe before I get into this slide, it's important to talk a bit about access. And from our analysis, we found, for example, in the US and Japan, around 85% of households already have air conditioning systems, whereas this drops to just 5% in sub-Saharan Africa. And if we're looking, for example, at Mexico and Brazil, this is around 30%. So there's huge growth potential in emerging and developing economies for adoption of air conditioning solutions, but also other cooling solutions that we need to be mindful of as we look to promote energy intensity in this space. We've been doing some analysis on pricing trends and purchasing price, and I think, as we all know, one of the key considerations for a consumer when purchasing an appliance is the upfront cost. So we've been looking at how this maps out against efficiency ratings for ACs in 3 key regions. And I think what we're starting to find is, as opposed to this myth of more efficient appliances always being more expensive, this is not necessarily the case in many markets. If we look at Southeast Asia, for example, then we can see that a AC with a energy efficiency rating of 3, for example, could be the same purchase price as an AC with an energy efficiency rating of 5. So a consumer in an individual store may be paying the same amount for an air conditioner which is much less efficient, maybe even 50 times less efficient than another model of the same price. If we look at Latin America, for example, then we see a different dynamic where you could be paying the same amount, say $300, for example, for an AC, which is, you could be paying $300 for 2 different types of air conditioners, which are both of the same energy efficiency rating. So again, there's a need there for increased communications to consumers around the fact that there are other more efficient options available, but also the fact that they could be paying 4 to 5 more times for an air conditioner of the same energy efficiency rating. And if we look at sub-Saharan Africa, then one of the key dynamics I think we see is improved price convergence for ACs of the same energy efficiency class. But here, one of the issues in the market is access to more efficient options. So again, we're hoping that we can work with these countries to strengthen regulations around minimum energy performance standards, labels which can signal to consumers that they're making more efficient purchase choices, but also underneath this, introducing communications which can help consumers to understand that it's not always the case that a more efficient model is more expensive. Moving back just quickly to 2030 and the doubling target, looking around the world, I think what we're finding is that it's not necessarily a case of introducing anything radically new in terms of doubling the rate of energy efficiency by 2030. And actually, a lot of the examples of regulations and policies are already available around the world. And you have to take this maybe with a grain of salt. But for example, we find that if, for example, all countries in the world were to adopt lighting standards at the same level as South Africa, then this would be sufficient for us to reach this target of doubling. The same for air conditioner regulations in China, and the same for policies for heavy industry in India. So just this message that the policies and tools are available, it's a case of adoption and integration. And just finally on policy integration, and I know this is something which we talked about a lot later, it's not just having the policies, the incentives and the information campaigns in place, but it's making sure that you package all of these actions in a way that suits your local conditions and can maximize the impacts of overall energy efficiency action. I will wrap up there. Thank you very much, and I look forward to the discussion.
Thank you, Connor. I think just taking cue from that, we'll move directly to Ray for his presentation, who's actually going to be bringing what Connor has presented closer to the Montreal Protocol world and talking about what the impact of the kind of opportunities and solutions that Connor referred to look like.
Thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. Great pleasure to speak to the parties again this year. Thank you for being here so early on a Sunday morning. What I'm going to cover is a little bit of background about the opportunities in energy efficiency for refrigeration, air conditioning, and heat pumps. You'll hear the term rack HP many times today, I'm sure. And a lot of the work that I'm going to talk about this morning is new work from modeling that we've been doing at a global level of both refrigerant consumption and energy use. And many thanks to the UK government for stimulating this original work and for UNEP for sort of following it through. So First of all, the sort of the big picture. There is massive potential to improve the efficiency of RAK HP, and I agree with everything that Connor has just presented. And the way I think of it is in three main areas of opportunity. The first area is nothing to do with equipment, it's to do with the cooling loads. Every effort should be made to say, do I really need cooling? And we estimate that depending on the application, there's between 30 and 60% of cooling loads can be eliminated. A very simple example is to put doors on retail display cabinets in shops and supermarkets, saves 50% of the cooling load. We should all be doing it. Once you've minimized the cooling load, then you look at the equipment, and there's, again, enormous opportunities in the range of 40 to 75% to improve the efficiency of equipment, as was shown on one or two of Connor's slides. Technologies like variable speed compressors should be universal, probably in all applications, because they massively improve the efficiency. And then the third big area is operation and control. It's one thing to buy an efficient system, it's another thing to actually use it properly. And most of us don't use our equipment properly, and there's a lot of need for training of technicians and of end users about how you can save on energy. The final area is refrigerant selection, which of course to this group of people is very important, but you'll see on my slide here that it only has a second order impact on energy efficiency. Moving on, the emissions, the greenhouse gas emissions that we get from RAK HP are in two categories. We call them the direct emissions, which of course are the refrigerants, and the indirect emissions from the energy. The balance between direct and indirect is quite variable. It depends on the application and also the country that you're in because of the way that electricity is generated. Looking at the global picture, we estimate about 64% of emissions are from energy and 36% are from refrigerants as of 2022. That picture is constantly changing as countries are decarbonizing electricity. But what that picture tells us is that minimizing the energy emissions, the indirect emissions, whilst we're phasing down HFCs, has got to be important. We are expecting a massive growth in the amount of cooling equipment globally. Growth is driven by population growth, by the growth of wealth in terms of GDP, for example. The impact of climate change, temperatures are getting higher, more people are going to need cooling. And the impact of trying to give poorer people access to cooling as well, especially in hot countries. We estimate a global capacity of about 22 terawatts of cooling, and we think that could triple by 2050 to around 62 terawatts of capacity. But also, as per my previous slide, there is potential to avoid some of that growth by what we call passive measures or cooling load reduction. So the sort of the overall picture, you won't see the detail there in terms of the different colors of different parts of the market, but we're seeing a growth of a factor of approximately 3 and followed by a reduction of about 25% through passive measures in 2050. So what does that do to the energy? Well, sorry, first of all, an interesting insight that came from the modeling that we've been doing is the difference between the split of capacity. So this slide here is showing that space cooling is the absolutely dominant part of cooling capacity, and the cold chain is only about 8% of the total. This is including mobile transport applications as well as all the stationary applications. So it's a very dominant space cooling picture. But when you translate it into the actual electricity being used, although space cooling is still the biggest, it's nowhere near so dominant. What this picture tells policymakers is that the driver of peak demand is probably space cooling, but the driver of energy use is both space cooling and the cold chain, and that we really mustn't lose focus on the cold chain. So turning to the energy efficiency pathways, what this slide is showing are 4 different possible routes from 2010 to 2050 in terms of the electricity being used for stationary cooling applications. We start in 2022 with 5,000 terawatt hours. I have no idea what a terawatt hour really is. It's about $750 billion worth of electricity, 5,000 terawatt hours. If we go up the blue pathway, which is one of not improving efficiency at all from today, we end up with $2.5 trillion worth of electricity, and all the extra power generation we would need to build to provide that. If we go along the best possible pathway, the yellow one, we actually can triple the amount of cooling we're doing and keep the electricity consumption roughly what it is in 2022. That's got to be the objective. How do we do that? Well, we go back to my first slide, and first of all, and again, this is reiterating what Connor was saying, we can do a lot of it with currently available technologies. Which technologies should we use? We've got to look to reduce those cooling loads, particularly in buildings, reflective surfaces, shading, natural ventilation. There's many, many techniques available. And in the cold chain, I've already given the example of doors, but things like variable speed fans in cold stores and LED lighting in cold stores, again, many other possibilities. Then we go to the new equipment, and what we've learned over many years, and again it was illustrated in the slides earlier, that there's a massive range of efficiency on the market for the same applications with broadly similar costs. And so we've got to drive towards those higher efficiency systems. And of course, MEPS and energy labels and financing schemes and many other policies are needed to make that happen. And then we need the training of operators and technicians. And finally, there's still plenty of scope for further R&D that will improve further the efficiency of equipment that will be sold in 10 years' time and beyond. So my final slide is to look at the big picture in terms of greenhouse gas emissions. So what this slide is showing on the left-hand side in grey are the emissions in 2022. We estimate about 4.1 billion tons of CO2 from cooling globally. We then know that things are going to grow. So with growth but no policies beyond what we have today, we get to potentially, without measures, 9 billion tons of CO2 emissions to be avoided at all costs. We then have some BAU, business as usual policy measures, not least Kigali. Kigali is in place. Every country will have to ratify Kigali in due course, or they won't be able to buy refrigerant. And 154 countries have already ratified, that represent 84% of the global population. So that, plus business as usual improvement in energy efficiency, because it's always getting steadily better, bring the emissions down to about 6 billion tons. But then what we need are new policy measures that we call in our modeling best cooling measures. It means that cooling load reduction through passive cooling, the higher energy efficiency than business as usual improvement, and more rapid HFC phase down than is required by Kigali, which is perfectly technically possible. And finally, of course, the grid is going to be decarbonized. That's out of the hands of the cooling industry, but we take it into account in the modeling, and with rapid grid decarbonisation, which would mean all grids are close to zero by 2050, we get to what we're calling near zero emissions in 2050. We're not saying net zero because the cooling industry can't net anything off. That's for governments to do with things like carbon capture or planting forests. But the cooling industry could get to near zero greenhouse gas emissions. And my final slide, excellent potential. Existing technology gives us probably 3/4 or more of what we need. We can do even better with further product development. There's lots of barriers, and today we're going to be examining those barriers. And what the parties need to be thinking about is how can the Montreal Protocol interact with other processes under the Paris Agreement to make sure that all of this happens. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Ray. I think there's huge scope, huge opportunities, huge benefits. There's also clearly the technology to be able to get there. There's intent to get there. So Omar, why are we not there yet? What are these barriers that governments and industry need to be thinking about? Turning to you for that, please.
Oops. All right. Thanks, Shika. Thanks, Connor and Ray, for setting the stage. And thanks, everyone, for coming in that early on Sunday. Yeah. All right, getting closer to the mic. Thank you. Can you hear me well? Perfect. So this is another challenge that we were able to come over. All right, so the status so far is that the Montreal Protocol was able, through the phase out of ODS, to prevent about 1.1 degrees of global warming by 2021. And through the Kigali Amendment, we think we can prevent about 0.3 to 0.5 degrees C of global warming by 2100. This is the single most impactful protocol that has an impact on the global warming. We have 2 degrees that we want to worry about, and we have about like 25% of this carried away with the protocol that we work on. And we can double our benefit, or climate benefit, by working on energy efficiency. Also, rack HP equipment utilizing low and medium GWP refrigerants are available right now, although they are not widely accessible everywhere. Early action through Kigali implementation can facilitate the transition. However, challenges exist, and they are widely prominent. So the first one, which is the lack of common policy framework. There is a need for integrated energy and refrigerant performance and labeling with best practice metrics, building energy and safety standards, and ongoing service sector training, monitoring, compliance, and enforcement. This is primarily due to the lack of coordination between the NOUs and the national energy and climate authorities. We have noted that through previous TEEP energy efficiency task force reports. Of course, there was a very interesting twinning workshop done in Paris a few years back, but this issue still persists. Also, there is a need to upgrade training centers and upgrade curricula to enhance the knowledge related to energy efficiency. In addition, there is limited comprehensive modeling of HFC and energy mitigation, although the work that Ray just showed us is a great first attempt to address this issue. We know of other attempts, either on a project scale or done on a pilot scale. Of course, we don't have this global perspective yet, except for the global cooling stocktake. And we have this lack of comprehensive understanding of the circular economy related to energy and refrigerant in the rack HP sector. So how can we reuse the refrigerant? What is the impact of the energy? And can we use the waste heat produced from the condenser in another process so that we can reduce the wasted energy. There are other additional barriers. First of all, the lack of consumer awareness. This is especially true in developing countries. Also, the higher cost of energy efficiency products with limited or no access to finance. So when you are in a developing country and there is no financial tools available to you, you go buy a refrigerator, you have an option to buy $100 refrigerator or $150 more efficient refrigerator. You will go with the $100 refrigerator. You will never think about getting the higher cost refrigerator because you don't have access to the difference in cash. Also, as you see on the figure here, right, so dumping is a big issue in developing countries, and we want to prevent dumping as much as we can. So dumping low energy efficient products in low income countries has been a wide practice in the past. Of course, we want to work on developing energy efficiency performance standards in those countries to prevent dumping practices. In addition, there is this mismatch between the electricity supply and demand, where the government is the stakeholder for the electricity supply. They want to sell more electricity, and at the same time, there is this climate authority in the country. They want to prevent the sale of electricity, so there is this kind of mismatch between who wins. Like, do we sell more electricity to win or prevent the sale of electricity? And as you see on here, the need for specialized training infrastructure. Sometimes these can be very expensive, and also training the trainers might be very difficult. On this chart, what we see here is that the energy efficiency, technology availability, accessibility, and cost, there are some updates that I would like to go through. The first one here is that lower cost equipment with lowest possible efficiency, or what we call the minimum energy performance standard level, are the dominant technology on the market. Of course, the chart is very small. I'm not sure you can see it, but this is a very famous chart that is available online, where you see that the average market efficiency is usually towards the bottom of the spread of the energy efficiency in each country. And we see on this chart that the spread in energy efficiency in developing nations is usually smaller than the spread in developed nations. So the availability of high energy efficient technologies in manufacturing countries does not necessarily mean that there is access to these high efficiency products in importing countries. Also in manufacturing countries, there is this issue of buy versus make. So the scale of production is very important, and we need to ensure that the producer understand how to make their products cost effective. Do we buy or make a heat exchanger, a microchannel heat exchanger, for example, or do we buy or make a compressor? We have to look at the supply chain and how to make this product, our final product, our mini split, our refrigerator, cost effective to the end user. And this make versus buy is not necessarily an easy decision, depending on the socioeconomic and political situation in different economies. And finally, the concerted efforts on energy efficiency and low GWP actions can reduce the cost and produce better results. So when we only work on the conversion towards low GWP refrigerant, or only work towards improving energy efficiency separately, we don't have the best approach. But if we do the energy efficiency as we do the conversion together, we have synergy, so we can reduce the cost. And I think the work that LBNL has done on the joint investment framework has proved that times and times again. This chart is also very interesting. So what we are trying to say here on this chart is to design an energy efficient low and zero GWP rack HP, we have to look first at the urban scale. So how to improve the urban planning, and then reduce the building load or the cooling load if it's a cold chain, and then improve the component design, so that what we call sometimes the sealed system, the compressors, the heat exchanger, how to incorporate the use of low and zero GWP technologies. And then we also need to optimize the controls, operation, and maintenance. As much as possible, include heat recovery, and finally use renewable energy integration to do the last bit that Ray has showed us. Also, the technicians are very important player. They are the trusted advisors on decisions to upgrade or replace systems. So if your air conditioner is broken and you have a technician who come to fix it, he say, oh, this is broken, you have to replace it. So the replacement mini-split, this technician is going to advise you on it, and there are some notes here. I think the most important is this last one, the certification of technicians on alternative refrigerant for the phase out and the phase down is very important. And these are some best practices for your consideration. Thanks, Sheikha.
Thanks a lot. Thank you, Omar, for that. It's very interesting because all three of you have spoken about some sort of a common policy framework or an integrated approach of solutions. It's something that we at the Cool Coalition have also found in the Global Cooling Stocktake report. There was a survey that we conducted within that, where we've noted that more than 80% of countries are working on at least one critical sustainable cooling policy. So either MEPS or building codes or the Kigali Amendment compliance. And while the intent is of course there for countries to want to come together to tackle these simultaneously, what does an integrated approach really look like? What does it really mean? Because I think different people have different assumptions of this. And with that question, actually, I'd like to turn to Satish to please take the floor.
Thank you, Sikha, and thank you, Ozone Secretariat, for the invitation. Respected ladies and gentlemen in the audience, and my fellow panelists on the dais. I'm going to be zooming in a little bit and presenting what's happening in India. And some of the work that I'm going to be talking about is going to borrow from our involvement in the development of India Cooling Action Plan and the National Cooling Action Plan methodology. And then what are some of the things that are happening in India when it comes to actual implementation of these plans. And I do want to acknowledge the Indian Ozone Cell officials who are present here and under whose auspices the India Cooling Action Plan was developed. So very quickly, a lot of people know that India is being seen as a country where a lot of future cooling demand is going to come, and why that is happening. Ray talked about it in the modeling scenario, and I'm just going to talk about, so we have a large population, the tropical climate is not very conducive for managing the cooling load effectively. Growing aspirations, India has a large middle class, people are looking to buy more air conditioners. Food security, India produces 350 million metric tons of fruits and vegetables, and the government has a mandate to double the farmers' income. So cold chain is going to become very, very important. And these are some of the drivers that we see that are going to be happening. And as a result of this, if you look that there are significant social, economic, and environmental impacts that the country is going to experience, which will lead to increasing emissions, increasing energy consumptions, higher use of refrigerants, and increasing heat island effects on account of urbanization. When I talk about multiple or integrated policy framework, I just want to give a quick example of what the situation looks like in India and why it's such a daunting challenge, and why the role of, again, government nodal ministry becomes so critical and not very easy. So if you look at, there are multiple ministries, starting from Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, which has the mandate to do the sustainable cooling roadmap and scenario development. And then we have Ministry of Power, Department of Science and Technology, Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs. All of them have a fairly significant role in terms of how to manage the burgeoning cooling demand in the individual sectors. There are public enterprises which also play a very, very important role in terms of whether we are talking about bulk procurement programs that Energy Efficiency Services Limited of India leads. And we have many industry, private and knowledge sectors. I see some folks from the Refrigeration Gas Management Association. We have Refrigeration and Air Conditioning Management Association. All of them have played a very, very significant role in the development of ICAP and moving forward in the implementation of ICAP. This all needs to be balanced against the priorities that the national government has. So when we are talking about housing for all, when we are talking about Smart Cities Mission or Energy Conservation Act, under which Building Energy Code and standards and labeling programs are getting developed. So everywhere you see that there is an interface between the cooling requirements for the country and how do we integrate energy efficiency into all this. And of course, last is the international commitments and priorities that a country like India has, and that's true for many other countries around the world as well. And many of these things happen at the central government level, but the implementation actually happens at the state level, at the subnational level, where the states and the urban and local bodies and the cities have a very, very important role to play. And that's where some of the capacities that are very thin, the budget that is needed for doing this transition, I think is not available in the manner that it should be. So that's where the challenge becomes even bigger. So why is integrated policy making is such a key part of how to address this humongous challenge that we are facing? So, so the idea here is that the ongoing as well as the future policies and programs, either through lateral or parallel ministries, they need to be synergistic, and they need to tie at the different tiers of the government. And it also helps align objectives, not always easy, because each ministries could have their own mandates. And when you are talking about a cross-cutting thing like a sustainable cooling development plan, then that becomes a little tricky. And then, of course, I'll come back to this slide that when we are talking about integrated policy making, it goes beyond just the government ministries and departments. We also need to look at that, how it is interfacing with the private sector and the civil society organization. So just very quickly, in the interest of time, I have this lessons learned from how the India Cooling Action Plan was developed and what were some of the lessons that we learned in the development of the India Cooling Action Plan that dovetailed into the development of the National Cooling Action Plan methodology. So these are the three broad steps that are very, very important in terms of doing the contextual assessment, then doing the cooling demand assessment, and integration and National Cooling Action Plan synthesis. And if I look at, I think, what are some of the individual components that are going to be key. So these are like, how do you do the country mapping? And these are some of the things that, again, Connor and Ray and Omar, they have talked about, I think, in terms of how all of these things come together. So clearly, I think country mapping is going to be important. The planning and pre-work that is needed is going to be important. And many of these National Cooling Action Plans have either been developed or are under development, and the same framework is being carried forward. So then moving from like the national assessment to what are some of the sector-specific assessment, because some of the countries could have like space cooling is the dominant theme. For countries which are really relying on agrarian economy, cold chain becomes very, very important. And that's how I think this process needs forward. And finally, I think you have the integration that is going to be important, and what are some of the implementation guidance and recommendations that we need to be looking at. So in terms of what are some of the cascading benefits from these national cooling action plans integrated, so there are, I think in the context of India, one of the very important things that happened early in the process was there was an alignment that we need to look at thermal comfort and not necessarily cooling. And by that, what I think the government of India meant, and through subsequent our Prime Minister's pronouncement of life like lifestyle for environment, what is being emphasized that both passive cooling as well as active cooling is going to be extremely important. Again, reinforcing the point that Ray mentioned, that through passive cooling we can actually achieve many things that what we are trying to achieve under the Ozone Secretariat's mandate as well. And then harmonization of policies, broadening the scope of S&L and making them more aggressive. Some of these things became much more clearer as the National Cooling Action Plan got developed. And I think in terms of the international development and interest, some of the things that actually flowed over to the international community was the NCAP methodology development under the Cool Coalition leadership. I think this thing was done, and AEEE again played an important role there. And then how do you actually bring about significant political will? Because cooling is now seen as a significant topic, a quality of life topic, a sustainable development topic, and of course a decarbonization topic. So when I talk about that, how do you actually go beyond integrated policy making? I'm talking about the three pillars of modern society. We are talking about government, which has the mandate that they need to work on public good with limited resources. That's their big mandate. Then there is industry, which would want to do, I think, come out with innovation, technology development, but they have to do that with profit in mind. And that's something that I think we all need to keep in mind. And we see that there are companies like Danfoss and Carrier and Trane that are present here, and they have to play a very, very important role. And of course, the civil society organizations, institutions like UNEP and Coal Coalition, our own organization, AEEE, and many others who are present in this audience, we all need to work in a mission mode on this thing. So I just want to give like a couple of 2-3 examples in terms of what we have seen as an outcome of these cooling action plan as we have moved into the implementation phase. So for super efficient appliances, we know that the technology exists in terms of ratcheting up the efficiency of fans to 2x levels. And fan is a very, very important appliance in India, as important perhaps as room air conditioners. And in room air conditioners, we have seen through Global Cooling Prize that 5x efficiency is possible. So what does that mean? That means that I think the private sector is leading with the innovation, with the technology development. But that needs to be complemented with the policy development, with the financing that is going to be available to mainstream some of these technologies as fast as we can to achieve the potential that Ray was talking about. And I think, so here you see the technology piece, the policy piece, and the financing piece coming together to make, I think, some of these things happen. I'm going to spend like a minute on the passive cooling design because I feel that this is one of the critical piece in terms of ensuring thermal comfort for all. And there are unintended consequences that we are seeing happening in India, where there is a real estate regulation authority which came and did this. And that is something that led to some of the building envelope concepts that are not very sustainable because these are concrete walls that are getting built with no insulation. So some of these challenges need to be addressed, I think, through building energy codes, by giving interested subvention and other things. And lastly, the radiant and district cooling that we are talking about, which is also an innovation which can lead to about 40% reduction in space cooling, but it doesn't get mainstream because of the fear that maybe there is condensation that is going to happen. But Infosys has demonstrated that this can be done at a mass scale in India. So I think I have been told to wrap up quickly. So let me just, so I think urgent issues like climate change will not wait for the perfect data. And how do we make better decisions in the face of imperfect, incomplete, and inconsistent data is the big challenge. And we have the financial crisis, we have the COVID example which tells us that when we come together, some of these things can be done quickly. So this is my last slide in terms of the importance of a nodal entity like an NOU leading the charge, triple sector engagement, interministerial coordination. Data is key but should not be a showstopper, and importance of like an implementation framework that is going to be important. And at the global level, some of these things are there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Satish, and sorry for rushing you towards the end there. It was an excellent presentation that covers, what governments need to be thinking about, how they need to be bringing these stakeholders together. But before I open the floor to everybody in the room today, I have a few questions that I wanted to cover with the panel. And I'll start with the first one, which is the elephant in the room, which is financing, right? So I think the intent to solve this mammoth challenge exists. The technologies are there. We have some sort of ideas of what works and what doesn't. But where is the money coming from, and what are sort of the barriers keeping it away? Like, is it that we are not able to design energy efficiency and low GWP or zero GWP projects together? Is it that we're not talking to the right financing stakeholders? Who are the people the government or the industry should be bringing into the room together to get the investments rolling? And also, Ray, if you could talk a little bit about the criticality of data, in solving this financing crisis that we're facing towards bringing energy efficiency and zero or low GWP refrigerants together.
Okay, I'll start off with a couple of thoughts. I think one of the problems is it's hard to separate, not to separate, to bring together the finance that goes into the power sector and the end user sector. And as we saw in several of the presentations this morning, if we don't get energy efficiency right, the demand for electricity will grow massively in developing countries that don't have enough electricity already. So there's got to be massive investment in power stations. And one of the problems is the financial institutions generally find it easier to spend $1 billion on a power station than to spend $500 million to achieve the same goal by getting end users, but millions of end users, to use more efficient equipment. So somehow we need to bring together those two sides of the equation. On your point about data, it's interesting to compare, for my modeling work, data on refrigerants is pretty solid. On HCFCs, all of you in the room have been submitting data for years about national consumption of HCFCs, and now we've got 2 or 3 years worth of data on HFCs from lots and lots of countries. So the data on refrigerants is pretty good, but the data on energy use for cooling equipment is really hard to get. 1 or 2 countries have done some good work, but there's a massive gap, and I think it's a gap that somehow we need to plug. And of course the Montreal Protocol community is well placed to have that understanding of cooling that I suspect the wider sort of Paris Agreement community does not have the same level of understanding. So some leadership from this room will be great.
So thanks, Shikha, for that question. My sense is that we need to leverage the financing that is coming through multilateral fund under the Montreal Protocol with some blended financing or impact investment where, because of the charter of the Montreal Protocol, it cannot finance some of those initiatives. And one of the examples is in our, what we are seeing is that when we talk about the load reduction piece, the typical response that we get is that it's expensive to build high performance building envelope. And that's not an area that Montreal Protocol will finance. But for a country like India, it's very, very important that we address that topic very quickly, because otherwise, I think, as Ray mentioned, our cooling requirement could be 3x than I think what we could do if we actually intervene at that point of time. So my sense is that I think the Montreal Protocol will do few things, but through the multilateral and bilateral and even I think the impact investment that many of the philanthropic organizations are starting to put together, we need to address this in a much more holistic manner.
All right, so I think the money is there. The problem is where the money is. I think the problem is how do you get the money where it should go? And to do that, usually people think about MV&E, the monitoring, verification, and enforcement. How can we verify that the money will be well spent? How can we verify that we will get the return on investment? If there are two ways of thinking of finance. Finance where we get the money and it's just philanthropic, so they just give us the money to do what we want to do with it, or they give us the money and then we have to return the money, and that is basically where the money is. This is where most of the money is. So how can we design projects where finance is such that we receive not a donation but some sort of a financial tool, $1 billion, to build more better housing that are more energy efficient, that consume less energy, and then we can have more green mortgages, for example, on these houses. Then the issue is how can you ensure that the tenants would return the money? So we don't have the models. The models are not well established yet. So if we can design models for financing those energy efficient products, whether they are equipment, whether they are buildings, then the money will come. And sorry, one more thing. You asked whether we can design more efficient products. Yes, the products are already available. Like there are products that are 5x more efficient than what is on the market right now.
I said projects, not products. I think the technology is
sorry.
there.
Thanks to the other panelists for your comments, and maybe just to go back first of all to raise discussion around power system dynamics, and obviously there's the issue of risk in investments, and when you're looking at a large utility scale supply side projects, it's much easier, for example, to get low cost financing from policy banks and from other investors. So I think one of the challenges is being able to package demand side type projects in a way that often they appear as a utility scale project. I think an interesting example that we've looked at in some of our analysis is in China. It's not focused on energy efficiency specifically, but it's called the County Solar Program. And it's a program where a county level government can effectively lease tens of thousands of rooftops to an individual utility. And that utility is then able to package this to look like a utility scale project and then go to the banks and get the low cost financing. So there are these innovative examples emerging, but it's part of the packaging of the projects and addressing risk, which is a problem. I would say that another element of the financing, and I agree with Omar, the financing is there, but the underpinning policies, regulations and incentives for investing in these projects is something which needs to be looked at in more detail. Examples could be where the pricing mechanism for electricity on the demand side does not provide the right signal, where a investor can then forecast the return on a project. So these are kind of examples where more integrated development of policies, future thinking, looking to where we might be in terms of growth of cooling demand, for example, and designing policies backwards to meet that will be really important to attracting financing.
Great, thank you. And just to stay with you, Connor, on that, one of the other things that I think a lot of governments in this room today have also been thinking about is the global cooling pledge that the UAE COP28 presidency has been working with UNEP Cool Coalition on delivering, in December this year, which really is sort of checking a box on access, on maps, on really lowering the climatic impact of cooling while delivering the development impacts that it brings. Where do you see sort of international cooperation and international finance or philanthropies also fitting in to this puzzle, and I'll also turn to Satish on this question to ask for your take on India's recent G20 presidency, 12 months where cooling consistently was actually discussed, was part of one of the outcome documents. If both of you can shed a little bit of light on these international cooperative mechanisms of leadership.
Thanks, Chika. So I think maybe one thing I'd like to touch from the perspective of the cooling pledge is capacity building and the ability of policymakers and governments to implement policies in an effective way. And I think there's an opportunity where there's financing available and resources available to focus on, for example, trainings. And I think, Omar, you talked a bit about the importance of the individual technician in making things work. So looking at that dynamic a bit more and identifying where there are gaps in capacity, I think a lot of our presentations today showed that a lot of the solutions are there, but it's the implementation which is the challenge when it comes to things like the cooling pledge. And then also just, I think another driver which will help in spurring action towards the cooling pledge is this dynamic now between increasingly high temperatures and increased adoption of air conditioning solutions. And I think you can see in some countries, so not a country, but in Texas, for example, a 1 degree increase above 24 degrees Celsius can spur a 3% increase in annual energy demand. So there are trends emerging which we need to keep an eye on, and these will hopefully allow financing and resources to flow into areas where they need to be targeted.
Yeah, so I think I'll focus on the G20 energy efficiency report and the outcome document that came out. So there were three pillars around which I think cooling figured. So the first one was that how do we start to have a new look at the Building Energy Code implementation. So that piece was significant because we know that almost 50% of the buildings, I think especially in commercial buildings, could be cooling related. And cooling, I think the Building Energy Code has not made the kind of advances in India and globally, I would say, but it is still a very, very important pillar. The second one was related to the appliance standards, some of the fan-related work and the room air conditioner. And India recently launched a mandatory fan program, which has ratcheted up the efficiency level significantly. So that is something that was also considered very, very important. And the third piece that was pretty significant, which I touched upon, was the behavioral piece. And the behavioral piece through the lifestyle mission on how do you provide cooling, access to cooling and the temperature set point changes, and how do you cool with passive cooling technologies. These were some of the things that was brought in, and primarily from a global south perspective, because that's something that sometimes the narration or the narrative is very different, I think, when you look from the developed country perspective and from the global south perspective. So I think those were the three primary contributions.
Okay, thank you. I would like to open the floor if there's any questions from countries or other participants. Great. Can we please have Grenada, the Republic of Venezuela, and India go first, and then I'll open up for a second round.
Thank you very much, Madam Facilitator, and a pleasant morning to one and all. It's indeed a pleasure for me to, as we say in cricket, open the batting and to commend the presenters for an excellent job in presenting all of this very valuable information on energy efficiency. I want to particularly reference the challenges and barriers that were presented, and to speak from a low volume consuming country perspective, and to see how we can address some of these barriers that have not yet been fully ventilated in this forum. The first thing I would like to say, however, is that while several references have been made on the improved energy efficiencies of air conditioning equipment, for example, the reference has been made that up to 5 times efficiencies have been achieved. From my perspective, I still do believe that air conditioners are consuming way too much energy, and much more efficiencies need to be arrived. So it's all good and well to have 5 times, but I believe still that too much electricity is being used for these cooling devices. I want to secondly identify 4 challenges that low volume consuming countries like mine face, and to ask the panel how we can address at least one of them, because I think one has been attempted thus far. So the first one is finance, and we heard about finance moments ago. The second that was mentioned by Omar was accessibility, and I want to add availability. And then there is the issue of capacity development, and of course, end-of-life treatment. I would not elaborate on end-of-life treatment because today we're speaking about energy efficiency, but to zero back in on the issue of accessibility. So while we are aware that there are certain countries and regions where ultra-low GWP and very energy-efficient appliances are being manufactured, we yet to see that global penetration. I don't think the panel has sufficiently delved into this issue of how technology takers like my country, which is a low-volume consuming country, can access the technologies that are there. And even where the technology is available, it still is very, very difficult for us in this categorization of low volume consuming countries to make use of these technologies. So I'll be most grateful if some more can be said about how is it possible for low volume consuming countries that are essentially market takers, how can we access, how can we leverage these technologies? We have put in place minimum energy performance standards. We have trained our technicians. We have created fiscal incentives. We have done everything that we think is necessary to bring the technologies to our shores. But we are still faced with this humongous challenge of access to the technologies. How do we address that? That's my key question for the panel. I thank you very much.
Thank you. Moving to Grenada, please. Sorry, can we have India come up next?
Thank you, Madam Facilitator. Good morning to all. We would like to thank all the presenters for the presentation, and we would like to have a clarification from presenter. First question from Mr. Connor. Increase in emissions relating to space cooling since 1999 have been mentioned. Also, an increase in energy demand over regions has been projected. And can you please elaborate on the parameters considered while arriving at the conclusions? Secondly, regarding energy efficiency rating, whether a uniform methodology has been considered.
Sorry, sir, could you speak up a bit? We're having a little difficulty in hearing you.
Can I repeat again?
That would be great. Thank you.
Yeah. Increase in emission relating to space cooling since 1999 have been mentioned. Also, an increase in energy demand over regions has been projected. And can you please elaborate on the parameters considered while arriving at the conclusions? Secondly, regarding energy efficiency rating, whether a uniform methodology has been considered or country-specific rating and MEPS methodologies have been considered. And thirdly, policies for doubling of energy efficiency. We need better clarity on how the various policies will have doubling the energy efficiency. And second question from Mr. Ray Gluckman. You mentioned the potential to improve RSCHP efficiency and also talked of energy efficiency pathways and what is the competency of countries in different regions, especially the LVCs countries, to adopt these measures and address minimizing the emissions. Secondly, we need more understanding on the emission reduction figures mentioned. You also mentioned that the rapid HFC phase down will contribute to it. Regarding this, we would like to understand on the low GWP alternative technologies, especially in the RSC sector, which could contribute to the reduction in emissions and the penetration of such technologies in the developing country. Third question from Mr. Omar. You mentioned that efficient and low GWP RACHP technologies exist but are not adopted, and said that lack of common policy framework is an issue. We would like to have a better understanding on the term commonly policy framework, considering that each country has a specific policy and programs for each of the parameters proposed. Lastly, we would like to say that regarding finance, this is an not appropriate forum as a discussion has already been going on in the executive committee. And regarding global cooling pledge, countries could have a specific position and may not be appropriate to discuss in this forum. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Before I go to other countries, maybe I'll give a chance to Ray to maybe start responding. There was a question around accessibility, and then some around low GWP technology options from India, as well as other clarifications on that point.
Yeah, there's quite a lot of questions there. It's very, very difficult to know in the limited time we have available which ones to answer. I'll try to sort of bring together a theme. I mean, I have a lot of sympathy for what Granada was saying for LVCs. It's very hard for an individual, very small country to have the influence that they want. And I think that a part of the solution has got to be regional approaches. So if the Caribbean region tries to work together, then the individual LVCs would have more power. I think that we need to recognize the technologies are available. So that's a term we use in the Energy Efficiency Task Force that means that that the technology is being produced and sold in significant quantities, but it's not accessible in every region of the world. And it's interesting that some developing countries, for example, in Southeast Asia, are quite well advanced on the use of variable speed drive compressors compared to a lot of the countries in the Caribbean and South American region, where the use of variable speed compressors there's much less uptake. So the technology exists. Countries have got to, at a national level and then at a regional level, say we're not going to buy the bad technologies anymore. The exporters are responding to what the importers are asking for, and somehow the importing countries have got to be brave enough to say we want the better technology.
Oh, thanks. Yeah. Maybe just echoing some of Ray's comments on access, and I think first of all, with the comments from Granada on electricity use in the future and emissions, just the potential that there's a risk in the future for cooling to be seen as a luxury as opposed to something which is a necessity for many people around the world. And some of our analysis on access found that countries which have the highest future cooling needs are those that are also most affected by climate change. So I think keeping that in mind in our discussions, both under the Montreal Protocol but also other multilateral fora, is really important, that we don't move towards this luxury discussion. And just talking about exports again, I think where we can leverage the groupings that we have under this protocol, but also under other forums, to establish those discussions between market takers and exporters is really important as well. I think as well on the export side, there's a lot that export markets can do to make sure that they're not exporting second-hand or less efficient products to markets which have to import. So that's also really critical.
Yeah, I think, and also that also becomes a space for, I think, industries to come together. We've got some market leaders in the room here, which could actually well turn into, like an industry grouping that says that we're going to stop manufacturing and stop exporting worse quality stuff just because some countries are still permitting or are still taking that up. So something for that triple action to think about. I will actually turn to Ray really quickly to answer the question that came up on the common policy framework. And I hope it's okay, Mr. Singhji, that the clarification questions you have on assumptions, if we can take those up bilaterally, because we're really low on time and all of us are here the whole day, so you can pick all of their brains as much as you like. But Ray, if you could talk about the common policy framework that you did allude to in your presentation a little bit. Sorry, not Ray, Omar. I'm looking at Omar and calling him Ray.
Yeah, so the common policy framework, that's basically, so we want to make sure that when we design energy efficiency policies, and we want to make sure that there is an angle for refrigerant transition as well. Right, so we see some programs available like the U4E model regulations, for example, that provide limit for GWP, whether it's for mini split air conditioner or for refrigerators. So this kind of integrated transition or framework between energy efficiency and refrigerant transition is important as we move forward. Right now, most countries, I should not generalize, of course, so most countries have limited correlation or integration between the climate NOUs and energy arms. I know that NCAPs are trying to bring together the government stakeholders, trying to bring in together this kind of common policy framework. However, this is still work in progress. We have seen, as is reported in the Global Cooling Stocktake, some government leaders. We've seen, for example, the case in Vietnam that have created a decree through which there is a very strong government coordination between the climate action and the energy, or the climate and the energy government stakeholders. So I'm not sure about the Indian status right now, so I will probably move to Satish. He probably knows better than me. Thank you.
Yes, I think so. I'm sorry, we're really, really close to time, so I won't be able to open the floor up again. But like I said, we're all here the whole day, so please do come up to us for any clarification questions that you might have. And I think this session was more a teaser of everything that's to come through the rest of the day, and so all of your questions are also going to be taken up as we move into the next sessions. I think for me, the main sort of what I have taken from this conversation, right, has been a few different aspects. One is that while we all recognize that it's important to work on simultaneous climate and development actions that cooling actually touches upon, I think the need to systematically start engaging those stakeholders in the same room is critical, and perhaps this workshop is one such way of doing that. A second thing is that we really need data, right? We need data for investments to flow. We need data to know how much money we're going to be saving by investing in sustainable cooling upfront for various end users as well as on the supply side. But then we also need capacity, as Ray mentioned, outside of the Montreal Protocol framework, within governments and institutions to create that kind of data collection or institutionalization of data collection to happen over time if we really are to look at the climatic impact of cooling coming down in a systematic manner. And I think finally, the big piece of it is that, yes, there's a huge challenge, but the solutions for that exist, and the political intent to work on that also exists. It's more about finding those pockets of capacity building within this room and outside of it to be able to move us forward. And I know lots of questions remain, but I think the rest of the day and hopefully the rest of the week will get us closer to answering some of them. And with that, I'd like to request you to please give a round of applause to my panel. And I think I can invite you on behalf of UNEP to tea, which is happening upstairs in the foyer. Thank you.
I have to take these 2 glasses, eh?
Moses, unaiona sasa? Testing, testing. Sawa?
This time they will open already. I'll help them to open that. Sometimes it fail, eh?
Testing on 2. Testing on 2. 1, 2.
So we are starting with session 2 now. Please, if you could join. And session 2, as I mentioned, has 2 panel discussions. First one, focusing on the manufacturing sector. And the second one will be from noon to 1 o'clock on the servicing sector. So I would like to invite the speakers for the first panel. And the session will be facilitated by Ayman El-Talouni, very well-known colleague to many, who is now head of UNEP country office in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Thank you very much, Ayman. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Liazat. Good morning again to all. Thanks for the opportunity to contribute to this workshop and be back again from the Ozone family. In today's session, I think the first session in the morning laid out very well the landscape of the energy efficiency consideration when it comes to the refrigeration air conditioning sector, and explained all the global statistics and dynamics and the prospects as well as growths in that sector at the global level. But let's try in this session to a bit deep dive into the specifics of the technology in both sides, which I'm going to explain in a second. There's clear understanding that there is a great demand and needs for the expansion of the refrigeration air conditioning sector and cooling sector, if we may say, worldwide, in all types of applications and on all sizes. We don't also need to forget that we have new booming sectors that's shaping the future, like the digitalization of all the future services, which will require enormous cooling demand. Now, the journey or the cycle of the cooling technologies includes 2 segments or 2 blocks. It starts from the design and end up with the end of life of the equipment, or if I may say, from sketch to scrap. And this journey from sketch to scrap include 2 main blocks, the manufacturing side and the servicing side, or if we may say it in a bigger context, the operation side, because servicing is part of the operation. So with this in mind, we'll start our first panel session, which will be focusing on the manufacturing, whether product design, refrigerant choice, component, etc., perspective in relation to the energy efficiency. And I would like to welcome our panelists in this first session, Ms. Bettina Schreck, the Montreal Protocol Officer, Program Officer at UNIDO, Mr. Francesco Scuderi, the Secretary General of Eurovent, Mr. Nabil Shaheen, the Managing Director of HRI Middle East, and Mr. Ren Tao, Senior Officer at China Refrigeration Air Conditioning Industry Association. Thank you for joining us today. And allow me to start with Bettina, because she's representing UNIDO, one of the key implementing agencies working in the arena of Montreal Protocol implementation since its inception under the Multilateral Fund. And you have good experience and long experience as agency in relation to implementing projects in the RAC sector in all Article 5 countries, or the majority of Article 5 countries. However, the energy efficiency factor was only considered recently under the Montreal Protocol arena. So if you can just help us in providing some evaluation about the readiness of industry, especially in Article 5 countries, to address the energy efficiency while shifting away from HCFCs as well as HFCs as per the commitment of the protocol. And a follow-up question, which I would kindly ask you to cover as well, is how we can incentivize this among the industry, and especially for the assembly sector, which is the small manufacturing categories. Thank you.
Thanks, Ayman, for this question. I think in evaluating the RAC sector, we can use 3 A's, which are the availability, the accessibility, and the affordability in terms of manufacturing of refrigeration and air conditioning equipment. So let me start with the availability. And I find that this concept relates to the capacity at the national level of the market, ability to adopt a new technology. And the ETF report and most of the sector reports tells us that the technology is market ready, it's proven, but in most cases it's not affordable. Let me speak from my experience in other manufacturing sectors. I have worked in UNIDO in adopting energy efficiency projects for more than a decade, and I find that these energy efficiency technologies are market ready, they are proven, and in most cases they are affordable. However, the issue is funding. Energy efficiency competes with other measures in the industrial firm that have to do with upgrades to improve operational efficiency, to improve the quality of products. So fundamentally, it has more to do with whether energy efficiency can be prioritized as an investment, rather as energy efficiency is affordable. The next issue is accessibility. And in this case, there is a TEEP definition, but I will describe it simply as whether the firm can adopt the technology. And Omar said in session 1 that this is the difference between the make versus buy approach. So what I find from the UNIDO perspective is we need to help the manufacturers develop the value chain, whether it's a national or a regional value chain, to make sure that they have all of the components they need to do the industrial upgrades they want to achieve. Accessibility also is marked by the knowledge and the technical capacities that the firms have in adopting energy efficiency measures, but also of the service technician community which is out there. I know this will be covered in the next panel, but basically whether these products can be rolled out to market. Last, let me go back to affordability. And I think we have spent a lot of time discussing whether products are more or less expensive. I want to look at affordability as not so much how much the technology costs, but how we pay for it. So what we find is that we need to make sure that firms can invest, make their capital expenditures on energy efficiency technologies. And if there is no incentive for them to make these investments, they will prioritize these technologies lower. So in a way to conclude this idea of the 3 A's, I would say that the readiness to adopt technology is best measured by accessibility and affordability of the available technologies. Now to the second part on how we incentivize SMEs, particularly the assembly sector, I want to distinguish between the large manufacturers, which have their own engineering capacities and their own R&D to bring energy efficiency improvements in products, from the smaller firms, which will only assemble. These firms will typically adopt technologies that are market ready. And I think that's where we, the implementing agencies, need to focus our technical assistance to give them sufficient incentives and support to help them develop their value chains, to make sure that technologies are provided to these markets so that they can adopt them. But regardless of the industrial scale of the firm, I think we need to roll out clear regulation. A lot has been said before about minimum energy performance standards. I think a lot more will be said. Multiple challenges remain there regarding market surveillance, enforcement, control. But I think it's an area where we really, really need to focus our efforts. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Petia. We're coming back to you, sure, with more questions from the audience and from my side. But let me move also to giving another perspective, this time from the industry in developing country, which is China. We heard this morning the advancing energy efficiency from the India's perspective and how it's being handled. But let's listen now from the industry perspective. So I would like to ask Mr. Ren, who is representing the China Refrigeration Air Conditioning Industry Association, to give us some insights about how the local associations can support the local industries in pursuing this task, and if there is a way of how to can connect the government policies on the ground, meaning the energy policies with the low GWP policies, and what role the local associations can play in that regard. Thank you.
In recent years, the associations have been actively carried out the energy efficiency improvement work while cooperating with the Chinese Ministry of Ecology and Environment to phase out HCFCs and reduce HFC. And those works include, mainly include 3 aspects. Number 1 is making our technology roadmap to guide manufacturers to develop alternative refrigerant technologies and conducting research on the energy efficiency improvement, which ensure that the energy efficiency of the substitute products is maintained or even increased. And number 2 is, I think, is collaborating with manufacturers and research institute to conduct key research on alternative refrigerant and energy efficient energy efficiency enhancement technologies, such as small diameter copper tube heat exchangers. Number 3, I think, is actively promoting the products that use low GWP refrigerants and with high energy efficiency. For example, CRE has proposed carbon dioxide ice making to the Beijing Winter Olympic construction team and facilitated the implementation in the National Skating Stadium. So for the policies, second question is for policies, how to sacrifice the low GWP policies and energy policies, right? So I think the government should integrate the various policies about the energy saving and the various low GWP policies into a unified policies. In China, the government is striving to establish a unified system of standard certification and labeling for the green product. For example, in the including the low GWP power refrigerants and energy efficiency. For example, in the proposal of the Chinese national standard green product evaluation method for industrial and commercial refrigeration and air conditioning equipment, both the low GWP refrigerants and energy efficiencies are included in the green product evaluation method. So, and at the same time, when the government formulates the policies to promote or purchase the products or issuing financial loans, I think it also considers the energy efficiencies and the low GWP refrigerants. Yeah, Yiwei, could you show me a slide? To address the challenges about the acceptance of the high efficiency products. The air conditioning market is quite sensitive to the market, and the cost increase remains the main obstacle to the high efficiency products. In the recent years, Chinese manufacturers has made great effort on the energy efficiency and cost reductions. Here I introduce 3 innovations. Number 1 is the small diameter tube heat exchanger. Please show in the first slide. First one, okay. Pass first one. Firstly, small diameter heat exchangers. The copper tube in the heat exchanger has been evolved from the 9.5 millimeters to 5 millimeters in the past 20 years. And the heat transfer coefficient of the tube is increased more than 100%, and while the cost reduced at more than 70%. So more importantly, the refrigerant charge volume has been reduced by over 50%, which greatly reduces the use of the HFCs and promoting the hydrocarbon applications in the residential AC. See, the number 2 is the variable flow path technologies. Can you show the next one? In this technology, the check valve was introduced to construct a heat exchanger with totally different refrigerant flow circuitry in the cooling and heating conditions, which greatly improves the annual performance factor of the air conditioners up to 12%, and more importantly, improves the cooling capacities in the HVAC conditions over 10%. And number 3 is the gas bearing compressors. Can you show next? The compressors unionize gas to generate a buoyancy force to realize the rotor suspension and self-adjustment, which greatly simplifies the suspension mechanism and the control algorithms compared to magnetic bearing compressors. So the cost reduced by over 20%, and the energy efficiency is increased by 5%. So high efficiency heat transfer and compressor technologies are key to the energy efficiency and low GWP refrigerants. So they are still facing great challenges, and I will hope get the support from the world.
Thank you so much, Ren. This is very impressive, and I think you have shared both political and policy and technical insights about the experience from CRA and China. And with this, I think we can use similar experience, but this time we'll move to Europe and see and get to know more about the European experience when it comes to advancing the energy efficiency. And this time Eurovent can help us, who's been in the field for many years, included the discussion on the policy side, as well implementation, monitoring markets when it comes to energy efficiency. So we'd like to get their evaluation about their experience and how the tools and programs being introduced in a continent like EU can be replicable in other parts of around the world, especially in Article 5 countries. Francesco, please, you can help us with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ayman. Good morning, everyone. If we can go to my first slide, please. As you mentioned, we are active since 1958 as Eurovent. So we are accompanying all the development of the regulations, especially those referring to energy efficiency. As you can see here on the screen, I'm reporting which is the European eco-design and energy labeling approach. We have a push-pull effect. So the eco-design measures pushes all the average product in order to perform better. But then when we go to the energy labeling measures, it results in, can you go ahead with the slide? It results in pulling the medium product as the best performing product. So it results in a consistent and significant energy saving. If you can go ahead with the slide, please. Okay, so this is the pull, and then you see that the result is this improvement in energy efficiency. So the European approach, thanks to the eco-design and energy labeling measures, results in a very big improvement in energy performance. Thank you. So here, which are the objectives of what we have in place in Europe? We have the objectives of, indeed, promote the market take-up of high-quality product. So high energy efficiency product and lower environmental impact. On the screen, you see the official European energy label, and I accompany this with the one coming from Eurovent certification, which is suitable for different kind of applications, like hot and warm climates, for example. But result of the eco-design approach and energy labeling is that we drive R&D toward more environmentally friendly products. And for sure, this makes sustainable the mass production of an efficient product and results in a quite consistent energy saving for the energy bill. Okay, so when it comes on how such models can be also used in A5 countries, here I want really to stress that associations can really help and support policymakers left and right in the world, not only Europe, not only in A5 countries, left and right in the world, in achieving good results. What we have, our knowledge is quite consistent and quite important. If we just consider that within our certification company, only for chillers, in 2023 have been certified as something like 37,000 different chillers. It means that we are able to know the energy efficiency of these products, and we are also able to follow the evolution of the energy efficiency. Thus, as an example, if we consider indeed again chillers, water to water, air to water, it doesn't matter, we are able to follow the evolution of the seasonal EER since its introduction in Europe. but we are also able to follow the development and the transition of the refrigerants. So my point here is to stress that associations, industry associations, are here to support the policymakers. We have a very big knowledge. We are ready and very much willing to share this with local policymakers in order to make sure that this successful case, that is the European eco-design and energy labeling approach, can find its home also in other places, fine-tuned according to the local conditions, fine-tuned according to the local industries, but we are able to support, we are able to go ahead together. And on the same point, we also have to stress that our knowledge is not limited only to a technical knowledge or to a set of data that can support the policymakers. Our knowledge means that also we are able to support local industries, local policymakers in building up or in increasing the education of local technicians, but also local designers. By working together, and a really great example is what European Middle East is doing with its local academy. We can train and educate the technicians, we can train and educate the consultants on which are the minimum, at least the minimum requirements for having an efficient product on the market. By having the local consultants having important knowledge on which are the minimum requirements, they can work toward a more efficient products. They can put in their tenders the request of a more efficient product. So here we are, Eurovent as an industry association is ready to support locals in building up the knowledge, in increasing the education, in order to make sure that efficient products find their place, find their home left and right in the world.
Thank you so much, Francesco. I think that was helpful, and taking the experience from the Europe and see how it can be replicable somewhere else. And within the same context, I think we also would like to hear from HRI. HRI has been also working instrumental in the same field in North America for a long time. And recently, similar to Eurovent, they started to engage on the ground in Article 5 countries, especially in the Middle East. So Nabil, allow me to direct the question to you about your experience, especially when it comes to the HAT countries, the high ambient temperature countries. And the definition of the high ambient temperature countries under the Montreal Protocol is not limited to the few countries in the Middle East, but it's covered 34 countries as per the definition. So there's a wide spectrum of countries in 3 continents that follow or fall under this definition. So how do you see the opportunities in advancing this energy efficiency and MEPS program with at the same time pursuing the HFC phase down and the HCFC, of course, phase out? And also within the same context, how do you feel that the advancement, how the speed of the MEPS program affecting the opportunity of leapfrogging away from high GWP alternatives in those countries? Please.
Thank you, Ayman, and thank you for inviting me. It's my pleasure to be here. Again, for those who came a bit late, I'm Nabil Shaheen with AHRI, Air Conditioning, Heating and Refrigeration Institute, as Ayman said, based in the US. But I represent the MENA region, Middle East and North Africa. So we are a manufacturing association. We have over 300 members. So we represent most of the heating and ventilation air conditioning manufacturers. And HAT countries, which not to be confused with the regular HAT, it's high ambient temperature countries. We have a lot of those in the Middle East. The Middle East, basically, the temperature, design temperature in the Middle East is different than the rest of the world. It's 46 degrees Celsius. And the air-conditioned systems usually run over 6,000 hours. And they consume, in a residential, for example, building, up to 70% of the electricity. So, and on average, 50% of all buildings. So air conditions are very crucial in terms of energy consumption and CO2 production. In fact, the Middle East has the highest per capita CO2 emission, I think mainly because of the air conditioning consumption. And the air conditions in the Middle East are not a luxury, they're a necessity. You need to have an air condition to be able to sustain life or live in the Middle East. And so when we look at implementing higher energy efficiency requirements, also the Middle East in terms of regulations is relatively new. They just started regulating minimum energy efficiency in the last 10 years, so relatively new compared to Europe and the US. And it started to take place after the oil crisis, because a lot of the electric power is subsidized by the government, so they realize if I save on electricity consumption, I can take that oil that I use or fossil fuel and sell it in the market instead, and also cut down on energy efficiency. The difference also in the Middle East for manufacturers is that designing a unit that can work in the Middle East is different. It's not the same unit that you can use in, for example, mild ambient climates, Europe and US. It has to be designed specifically for the Middle East. In terms of the heat exchanger has to be much bigger. And also the refrigerants that you use has to also be adaptable to high ambient temperatures. Some refrigerants, for example, at high temperature, they drop in capacity and efficiency. And so the selection of the refrigerant for high ambient is different than the rest of the world. Unfortunately, the manufacturers in the Middle East usually follow what happens in the rest of the world, because as you know, in an air-conditioned system, the main component, the engine of the air condition, is the compressor. And most of the manufacturers, they outsource their compressors, they buy it from outside. So we have very few compressor manufacturers. And if the rest of the world, for example, is shifting to a certain HFO gas, usually the Middle East end up following that. So here we want to talk about how we can select, have a the right selection for the high ambient or Middle East that can work very well in the Middle East. So some of the challenges when you select a refrigerant usually are the usual suspect, cost, safety, and toxicity, but also regulatory compliance, framework. Again, regulatory is of these kind of systems is kind of relatively new, and to regulate, refrigerants, it's not just efficiency. You also have to look at building codes. You have to look at transportation. You have to look at many things, including like warehousing, transport. The warehousing. Because most of the, as you know, the HFO refrigerants are mildly flammable or highly flammable because they have active molecules. So the perception also, even if we use mildly flammable refrigerant, the perception in the region is that this is going to cause issues, So we have to work on changing the perception by working with the governments, also with the end users. Some of the opportunities I see with the energy trend, improving energy efficiency for air conditions, for example, is switching to seasonal energy efficiency type measurements. Because currently in the Middle East, they use just, they measure the efficiency at a fixed temperature at 46, but they don't look at how the equipment perform throughout the year, which will basically will shift basically to the inverter technology or variable speed technology, and also another opportunity I see is harmonization, because like EU has harmonized standards. In the Middle East, each country has their own standards, and they're trying to play with how to be the most efficient country. But at the end of the day, they have the same conditions. So we're working currently with some of the, like GSO is one of the organizations that's trying to harmonize standards in the Middle East. So as AHRI, we're establishing some committees to bring the knowledge of the, the members, our members, and give it to the regulatory bodies. And also some other of the opportunities I see is we need to get the green building players involved into promoting, green refrigerants as part of their, practices. So the transition has to be kind of gradual. We can't, establish a very high energy efficiency for the Middle East, because currently, if you look at their levels compared to the rest of the world, because of the high ambient, it's here. The rest of the world here is here, so we need to do gradual transition to help them, through this journey.
Thank you so much, Nabil, and thank you all for sticking in time. We agreed to have 5 to 6 minutes to each speaker. And I will not do a follow-up question from my side, although I have some. I will leave them till the end because I would like to give the floor first to our distinguished guests and country representatives to interact with the panelists. And please try to make your intervention as direct and short as possible. And if you would like to address a certain speaker. So the floor is yours, please. So I can see the first name. I can see Egypt. Before Egypt, there's another name. It's a little bit small for me.
It's Egypt.
It's Egypt, okay. Egypt, please. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. And good morning, everyone. Thank you for organizer and for the speaker for this very important workshop, actually. I would like to ask about how to reach the balance between when you are solving one problem, you might create another problem. So what is the problem we are solving and what is the problem we are creating? To be short, of course, we need to save the environment, to reduce the energy consumption. That's a noble ideas. What is the other problem that we might create is how to protect our human, our safety. The safety issues, what is the relation between the energy efficiency, reducing energy consumption, new technology, and the safety issues? That's very important for some countries that they don't have the technical capacity to tackle this new and advanced technology. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Egypt, for your question. Maybe we can take a round of questions so we can be more productive in the answers. So if we can take 1 or 2 more questions, and then we'll do another round. So European Union?
Thank you.
Sorry, I'm sorry. It's India first, or no, European Union first? Yes.
Okay,
please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, I have a bit of a practical question. We talk a lot about maps in this context and how to develop them and how to support them. So from the manufacturing side, what would be the kind of initiatives that you think at an international level would be best suited to help energy efficiency and that can work best for your manufacturing sector? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Let's take the third one, India, before we go back to the panelists. India, please.
Understand what is the status of use of HFC 32 in various countries and what is the market acceptance for HFC 32 based ACs. Thank you.
Thank you, India. So allow me to go back to the panelists. I think the first question is quite open to all the panelists. So I'd like to. I know this topic will pop up again in the next panel session when it comes to safety, but let's talk about it also here. It's an important one. So who would like to volunteer for responding to the Egypt question first? Bettina, okay. You are.
Sure. I guess it's an important issue what you're bringing up, the issue of ensuring that technicians have the right skills, particularly for energy efficiency. We see that there's less of a risk. It's more technical skills. You're clearly referring to the management of flammable refrigerants. I think this is under the concern of everyone in this room, but I guess I'll have to deflect the question to the next panel because it is going to be addressed in full. It's not that I'm not ignoring the question, but we're making sure that it's covered by my esteemed colleagues in the next panel.
Mr. Tao, would you like to contribute to this as well? Because you have also experience in China when it comes to the safety issues in adopting refrigerants. Sorry to put you on the spot.
I think It's a good question, right? When you improve the energy efficiencies, normally we also face a lot of other problems, especially when we use low GWP refrigerants. I think the most I think the key point is that we need to do more research and or do more innovations on the technologies that to solve those problems. In China, we call this defect management because every refrigerant they have the defect. So someone has ODS, someone has high GWPs, and someone is flammable. So we need to choose the lowest, most environmental friendly refrigerants, and we use the technologies to do the defect management.
Thank you. Yeah, this is a good way forward, how to compromise between the three topics. Well, actually, let me refer the second question to Francesco, because about the incentives, and maybe you can elaborate a bit about this.
Yeah, thank you. So the question related to maps, how to properly define the maps. I think that here, again, I have to stress that only by having a process where policymakers are constantly in touch, exchanging with the industry associations, it's possible to have proper definitions of the requirements, proper definition of sustainable regulation according to the goal of the policymakers, sustainable also from the industry point of view. If we went through the eco-design and energy labeling process, very good. Not all the products are covered by energy labeling, so not all the products, the Commission, the policymaker has knowledge about the performance of these products because they are not listed in any database. By having a proper set of exchanges between policymakers and the industry association, having the knowledge based on all the databases, all the information, all the certification data we have, the future policies could result in something quite ambitious and sustainable. So proper definition of maps from both sides.
Thank you, Francesco. 1 minute, Nabil, before we move to your question. I would like to have, and I will give you also the floor to complement to this and go to the third one. But maybe Bettina, because you have mentioned this to me earlier today in relation to the incentives, programs, and financing the energy efficiency. So you may like to elaborate because I think it's connected.
Thanks for bringing our breakfast conversation back to the meeting room. I wanted to address the issue of how we promote more investment in SMEs. SMEs are less likely to be able to finance any investment in their facilities from their own cash flow. And I know that many of you might have worked on SME promotion projects. I think we need to work closer with financial institutions on coming up with specific schemes that address both conversion and energy efficiency. There's some big number of these initiatives ongoing already, focus more on the energy efficiency side, but I think it's an angle that we need to explore better.
Excellent. So back to you, Nabil.
Thank you. There was an interesting report that came from the International Energy Agency about the level of MEPS that is used in the Middle East versus the available technology, in terms of efficiency. And in the Middle East, unfortunately, it's always very low and very close to the minimum MEPS established by the governments. So to move the needle up, normally we have two ways. One, the government has to push that up, as it was shown earlier. And also the end users, consumers have to be, more educated about using higher energy efficiency products. But also establishing MEPS by the government is a great step, but not checking on what arrives to the market in terms of, because a lot of times what happens in the industry, and I'm sorry to say that, is a golden sample is submitted to the government to establish their level of energy efficiency for a certain model, but what gets produced and arrives to the market is different. So surveillance programs to check and make sure that the units that are being sold meet the minimum energy efficiency, because I don't want I like to use the word tolerance. Some companies like to use very wide tolerances, and this program, for example, is implemented in the US. Any unit that is sold in the US has to be subjected to a surveillance program by the Manufacturing Association, AHRI, where they basically do annual surveillance to keep the manufacturers on their toe to produce efficient products or meet their catalog data. And also incentives is big. We're working with some governments now, like in Kuwait, to establish incentives for their citizens when they buy HVAC. If they buy the highest technology, they can give them a check for the difference between the entry-level technology. So these programs can help.
There was another question from India when it comes to the market share and the acceptance of certain technology. Yeah, I know we don't want to get into this market specifics, but in general, what's your perspective and feedback? And maybe also, Francesco, because you also work in the Middle East in your event, can also help with that. So
I was going to share the experience, not on the Middle East, but the experience on the evolution of R32 for air-to-water and air-to-air chillers, water-to-water chillers, sorry. By following what has been indeed certified by European certification, we know the transition of these refrigerants. And the evolution is really, really clear. The R32 for this kind of a product is increasing a lot in terms of units certified, which is different than units placed on the market. So units certified, the R32 share is increasing quite significantly. At the same time, we see that units, models certified, like using R410A, is going down, far down. So this is, I think, it's a clear sign of the transition of the refrigerants, based, again, not on the market share of unit, but on the number of models certified.
Okay. Nabil, you like to add to this?
Yeah. As he mentioned, there's been a lot of R32 products that have reached the market, to your question earlier. And AHR Technology Institute has done a lot of research on R32 and A2L, or mildly flammable products. The problem we have in the region is the perception again. Our research has shown that these refrigerants are safe, and we've done a lot of research on flammability and safety. Although now the safety regulations are requiring to have leak detectors to be just on the safe side, we have concluded that these two A2Ls refrigerants, including R32, is very safe, and it's being used in the market. The problem is with the regulations, because we said, as we mentioned earlier, the building codes has to be changed, warehousing, transportation, they have to change to adapt to these two new refrigerants.
Thank you, Nabil. Maybe we can take another round. We still have time for the first session. For governments, if you can use the buttons so we can see the name of the country and to requesting the floor. Rwanda. And then Nigeria.
Thank you for organizing this important workshop. Rwanda has did a lot. We have developed the national cooling strategy since 2019.
Can you kindly come closer to the mic so we can hear you better? Thank you.
Yeah. So we developed the national cooling strategy since 2019, and now we are in the implementation of that cooling strategy. Most of the activity was related to the MEPS and financial mechanism to implement this strategy. But during the MEPS and the enforcement of the MEPS, we are meeting and we are facing some challenges. Most of that challenges includes we need the harmonization of these MEPS to the regional level, because we can't labor as a country. It's very difficult. So even if we have created the product registration system, but we are still having the equipment that are not really meeting our MEPS. That's a first concern. The second is the accessibility of this raw GWP technologies and energy efficiency. So compared to the economy, to the capacity of the local communities, it is still challenging, the cost is still higher, and as well as the availability of those equipment. Laboring, as I stated, also is challenging. Testing and verification from entry point is still a challenge for us. So also we are facing the issue of capacity building of our custom officers, the people on entry point. Even if the one are working in energy efficient, environmental department that are working on those dossiers. So in financial mechanism also we met those challenge of the process of accessing on this product are still somehow long compared to the time that people have, even if the requirements are so many too much. So I wanted to understand maybe if there is some countries are having the same as Rwanda. So I wanted to understand how they have overcome those challenges. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rwanda, and thank you, Martine, for that. I think you have made my life easy by listing all the important parameters that we need to wrap up this session with. And we're going to come back to the panelists to provide us with additional take-home messages. But let's take one more. I can see another country requesting the floor, Nigeria. So, am I correct?
Yeah. Thank you very much for giving me the stage to ask this question, and good morning to the members of the panelists. As you are all aware, cooling contributes by 70% of all emissions, and also 17% of global electricity.
Can you come please closer to the mic so we can hear you better? Thank you.
Okay, I said, as you are all aware, cooling contributes by 70% of all emissions, and also 17% of global electricity demand. Noting this information, it becomes important that you put in place the necessary policy and regulations are key to encourage the adoption of energy efficient technologies and services. This could include setting up energy efficient standards, providing incentives, and facilitating the dissemination of best practices. Now, my concern is about the larger scale market penetration of low GWP and energy efficient RAG appliances, which remain a major challenge that need to be addressed. Thank you.
Thank you, Nigeria. Do we have another country that requesting the floor? India.
Thank you, Mr. Facilitator. This is a general question which any member of the panel can answer. We would like to understand if there is a need to develop an index to understand the energy leveling programs across countries. This will help in understanding where countries stand globally. Thank you.
Just to clarify, if I understand you correctly, you need to design an index for energy efficiency or an index for the technology. India, can you?
Each country has its own standard. So there is a need to develop an index to understand the energy leveling program across countries.
Okay, thank you. So let me get back to our panelists, and maybe I can leave the Rwanda one to the last because it's covering all things, so we can take it, use it as a good example for the take-home messages. But let's go. Oh, sorry. So Myanmar, sorry for that. The floor is yours, please.
Thank you, Chair and co-chair. So at the beginning, I know that's 3 A's. Affordability.
Sorry, again, can you come closer to the mic, please, so we can hear you better? Thank you.
Okay, so can you hear me?
Please.
Okay, thank you, Chair and co-moderator giving me a floor. So I noted that the 3 A's, affordability, availability, and accessibility, so those seems to be very nice. But developing
I'm sorry,
countries,
again, we cannot hear you well.
including our country, is feeding in use of extra expenditure by following the advanced technology and our global policy. For example, we normally use a product as long as it is maintainable for 20 to 30 years. And me too, I'm using a refrigerator bought in 1999 up to 2022. It has been sent to a local service shop for heavy maintenance. Why did it happen? So it was I was looking for a 2-door refrigerator with the same cooling capacity, even new and unpopular brands imported from neighboring countries. It costs at least $200, which says about the energy efficiency, but it's still expensive. Why we are not sure about the lifespan and quality of them. Another issue is the second-hand machines run with the R22, which has been changed into HFC used from developed and semi-developed countries are exported to developing countries by many ways. And last 2 months ago, a company applied for our comments for importing a water chiller. Originally, they mentioned their chiller will use R22. But after we explained about the phase-out plan of HCFC, particularly R22, yeah, it's almost finished. Originally, they mentioned that the chiller will use R22, but after explaining about our HCFC R22 phase-out plan, they said they will use R407C instead of R20, but we don't believe in this. But anyhow, this is happening on ground in developing countries, especially least developed countries. This is just for your kind consideration. Yes, thank you.
Thank you so much for tabling this. I got, I think, majority of your question. Some part of it was not so clear because of the voice was far, but we will try to respond to all. Unfortunately, I don't have the screen active in front of me, so I'm not sure if I can see if any other country need the floor. Ecuador.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for the presentation to the panel. The question is, how are we going to address this need for new technologies if they are available but are not accessible in the market? For example, in all countries, to get compressor based on R290 takes about 3 months and costs about 40% more. Thank you.
Thank you so much for being brief in the question, but it's a very important one. Maybe because of the time, we will take the feedback because we need to conclude in 5 minutes or 6 minutes. So I'll ask the panelists to try to respond to the 4 questions or 5 questions that we received, and use the list that Rwanda presented us to provide us with your take-home messages, final key messages that you'd like us to focus on as we discussed earlier today. So maybe we start with Bettina.
Thanks. I'll try to address the issue of having an energy performance index as proposed by India. I think it's a very interesting idea, but we need to consider that there's a dimension of energy efficiency in the design of the products and a different one on the energy efficiency of the performance on the product. I look at the researchers and the scientists in the room to try to understand if we could capture both dimensions in coming up with an index. I have the impression that the performance dimension is more important at the operational level, and it will pertain more to the servicing side of this panel. Regarding manufacturing, to a certain extent, you do have energy efficiency labeling initiatives globally. I think this touches upon this idea of having more harmonization at the regional level, but perhaps also at the global level for different categories of products.
Thank you. Francesco?
Yes, thank you. So indeed, the harmonization here plays a key role as far as we can have, as much as possible, regulations having the same objectives and considering the very same requirements. It's easier to come up with a joint final system in terms of energy efficiency, but also in terms of monitoring and market surveillance. If every single country will have its own local requirement, this will be extremely difficult. So indeed, it's extremely important to have joint common energy efficiency systems, and why not also requirements. And again, I think that indeed it's extremely important to fine-tune these harmonized systems according to the exchanges between industry and policymakers, because this will help a lot in getting the final proper result.
Thank you. Nabil?
Thank you. I think we have to take a more holistic approach and look at building efficiency, not just system efficiency, like someone mentioned in the previous panel discussion. You know, commercial refrigeration in the supermarket, if you close the door, you save 50% of the energy. Same thing with the air condition, so we have to look at building efficiency, you know, how much kW I'm consuming per meter square. I think also agreeing with Francesco is having a regional approach and harmonization, and basically having a task force that can work, have multiple players work together, bring in manufacturing associations, working with regulatory bodies, and also looking at other areas of, for example, it was mentioned earlier also, bring in finance, also developers, consultants, engineering consultants, because those guys are the guys that design the equipment and establish the energy efficiency levels. Bringing all these players together in a task force in a region, I think will be a great help.
Great, thanks Nabil. Mr. Tao, please.
I think in the future, in order to improve the energy efficiency and the low GWP refrigerant applications, I think for the associations, they need to make more clearly roadmaps to develop those technologies. And second is, I think, get more collaborations with research institute and some experts to address the key technologies. And third is, I think, is promoting the energy efficiency products.
Great. Well, if I can sum up very quickly some of the areas that mentioned by the panelists and the discussion and the topics brought by the distinguished guests from National Zone Units, I think we are not here to solve the problem as much as we are here to flag the areas and issues where parties need to consider further intervention and support to it. And I can say here that we have issues related to access to technologies that we need to invest in. We have issues related to the financial schemes to support different groups, especially small, medium enterprises. We have issues also related to dealing with moving from dealing with the individual equipment to dealing with the holistically, as Nabil mentioned, with the buildings and the systems and the facilities in general. And we have also a way forward to start dealing with instead of the project level, we deal with a roadmap for the whole industry to move the technology and shift, taking all elements into consideration. So some of these might be very useful. I'm sure that my colleagues at the secretariats already captured the discussion well, which will be reflected in the reports that will be presented to you tomorrow. So thanks again for the panelists. Allow me to ask you to applaud, give them a round of applause, and thanking them for their contribution. Now let's move to the one of the most
one of the favorable topics in the Montreal Protocol over years, which is the servicing sector. And I would like here to look at it from a more also holistic approach. But let me first invite and welcome the panelists to this session, and Mr. Madi Sakandi, the president of U3ARC, the African Association of Associations for Refrigeration and Conditioning, Mr. Greg Becker, the Director General of Refrigerant Australia, Ms. Claudia Sanchez, the Secretary General of ACARI, the Colombian Association of Refrigeration and Conditioning Industry, and which is also hosting the FAYAR, the Afro-American Association of Associations in Latin America, Mr. Philip, the Senior Program Officer from the GIZ Proclima, and last but not least, Mr. Manuel Azuzina, an international expert and representing also the RAC Technician Associations of the Philippines. Welcome to the servicing or operation sector block of the discussion on the technology deployment in conjunction with the energy efficiency in this workshop. Allow me to start with Claudia. Let's start first setting the scene by understanding the context and the challenges in developing countries. So let's move to the west side of the world in Latin America and get your views about what are the key barriers and challenges in front of the servicing sector in moving to the alternative refrigerants, as well as addressing the energy efficiency. And also, if you can shed light on some of the practices which I know which is popular in your region, like the retrofitting, how the energy efficiency being addressed in doing so. Claudia, please.
Thank you, Ayman. Good morning, everyone. Since I come from Latin America and Colombia, I also say buenos dias. Gracias. It is a pleasure to be here, and thank you for the organizers for the invitation. Yeah, you mentioned about the moving to alternative movement to alternative refrigerants, Ayman, and it is an ongoing movement in some of the countries in Latin America. Most of the training includes safety and correct handling tools and refrigerants in most of the countries in Latin America. And Colombia has been leader in the certification process of flammability and toxicity. A domestic sector has the obligation to develop good practices in the technicians, and the commercial and the industrial sector, which somebody mentioned in the previous panels, have a specific training. As I mentioned, end users have been selecting low and very low refrigerant for the installation. But we have a lot of challenges, which is the point we are here. First of all is the lack of knowledge of the importance of the need to establish energy consumption baselines. I don't think I have heard mentioning energy consumption baselines, and whenever we need to think of a project on refrigerants, the baseline is very important. We have been doing some projects, innovation projects around Colombia, and it is very difficult for end users to find these baselines or to understand the need for the baselines. Also, both previous panels have mentioned the need for training, so I will not talk about that. But we need to train and promote energy efficiency throughout operation and control, also mentioned in those two previous panels. And finally, number 3 is the financial resources, which I won't touch. You asked us not to do it, Ayman. So we're all in Latin America committed to overcome the challenges, but we really need support. Okay, that was the first question. Then the second one has to do with retrofitting. Yes, we need to know that it is available, at least in Latin America, also in most of our countries, retrofitting is available and it is practiced. However, with the industry, we have identified some aspects that should be considered. First, also mentioned many of the issues we're mentioning have been talked to in the previous panels. So evaluate technologies and again, control, automation and control need to be considered. Improve skills in leakage control. Improve the envelope spaces. We tend to think that the envelope covers only buildings, but also covers the commercial aspect of the envelope. For example, using doors, somebody mentioned in the previous panels that we could save up to 50% of the energy consumption. And finally, safety devices in those commercial refrigeration. That would be some of the aspects that we need to consider when retrofitting.
Excellent, excellent, Claudia. Thank you for being articulated and pointing things up. So let me move to the Africa now, and to get more views about the same type of problems and challenges, but from the African context. So, Maddie, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Ayman. Good morning, everyone. Thank you to UNEP for this event. So, it's very important for us, the African, to understand refrigeration and also the issue linking to energy efficiency in Africa. First of all, as you know, refrigeration sector starts by engineering, production, then installation, maintenance, and end user. If we want to talk at our point of view about energy efficiency, we can say product engineering, production, 20%. Installation, maintenance, 30%, and 50% to the end user. Because if you make a good equipment, energy efficient equipment, well installed, but the end user is not aware about how to use it, of course, we cannot talk about energy efficiency. But I would like to point some important issues and also solution to address these issues. I would like to say first, as I already said, we have to see, we need to adopt regulatory text to consider energy efficiency in connection with refrigeration and air conditioning during the design, construction, and operation phases of buildings and structure, because caution have to be developed in Africa. But in air conditioning, we have to do a lot. So it's a very important point. We have to involve professional organization and association in RAC sector in development and implementation of policy and strategy and activity related to refrigeration and air conditioning, because unfortunately it's not often in African countries to see it. We need also to support and to develop vocational training centers while ensuring the proper functioning, the equipment. Nope. Okay. The appropriate teaching material and facilitating accessibility to offer scholarship, for example. This to address the safety issue, because you know also with the new technology come on with the issue that a colleague of Egypt just mentioned it before. We are tackling an issue, but we are creating another issue. So it's very important at African level, not only to have energy efficient equipment, but need also to train technicians and also to allow them to buy the tools and equipment by themselves. As you know, in Africa, the refrigeration sector is considered as a luxury. So most of African countries have overtaxed refrigeration importation, refrigeration equipment importation. In some countries, you reach even more than 100% taxes. So we cannot allow technicians to be able to buy the right tools and equipment to handle the flammable refrigerant. So this is another issue we have to see, and I think the parties, probably in Africa, but not only in Africa, have to see, mainly in Africa, Article 5 countries, to address this. We need to support and to develop a training center, I just said, also to engage reflection on zero rating taxation, just already talking about, establish a legal framework for better consideration of refrigeration in public development policy, and organize the sector at national and continental level. So in Africa, everyone can be a technician. This needs to be addressed. We cannot allow everyone to buy equipment and to install. This is a big issue, and every single country needs to address it. We have a doctor, a technician, he's, I can say more or less, has a doctor, even higher than a doctor in terms of the role he can play for humanity. So we need to reconsider the refrigeration technician, to have an order of technician in a different country, and why not in the world? Because the technician has the doctor can take care of the humanity, the technician can do so also with equipment and also to support humanity in this phase. Also to develop regulatory texts to control the import in Africa of obsolete equipment and the dumping equipment. This is a very important issue also we know in Africa. The dumping is a reality. And we as Africans, we want to develop a refrigeration sector to support the sustainable development in terms of food self-sufficiency. As you know, if we take refrigeration sector, the waste coming from food industry is the third country in the world after US and China. So meaning that if Africa is still losing 70% of the food, the crops because of lack of a cold chain, it's important to develop refrigeration sector and to avoid the pollution, meaning also energy efficiency. And we need to improve and to help ladies, women in refrigeration sector is very important, because ladies are able to play a role that all of us are needing here. Share, raise the awareness on how refrigeration equipment can be used efficiently. And we need more ladies as technicians. In the meantime, they can do also the activity of communication and awareness. This is very important in Africa. Most of refrigeration equipment are handled by ladies, so other ladies can be technicians and also share about how to use it efficiently. So the gender matter is very important for us in Africa, and UTRIAC is working on this. And the last one is very important, is the relationship between NOU officers and the National Association. I think it's time now for all NOUs in the African continent to reconsider the relationship between NOUs officer and National RAC Association, because UTRIAC has a continental association, need your support. You as a NOU, you need the technician, and the technician also need your help. So you have to work close hand by hand, not to keep them as a mascot for September 16 to wear your clothes, your basket or whatever for Ozone Day. They need to be supported every single day to make it, the energy efficiency, a reality. Thank you.
Thank you, Madi, for bringing us with many topics which is of concern to the African market and African context of the servicing sector and energy efficiency. Now let's complete the picture in related to servicing sector in developing countries using the experience now from the implementing agency or bilateral agencies like GIZ. It's been working for many years since the start of the Montreal Protocol in promoting these practices, and especially promoting zero or very low GWP alternatives in this sector. And you have an extensive experience, Philip, in how to address this combined mission of energy efficiency as well as zero GWP or low GWP. And if you can just share with us what are the limitations, the prospects, and where you see we need to improve our intervention within the Montreal Protocol context.
Thanks, Eamon, and thanks for inviting us. So in our experiences, partner countries show that qualification of technicians is key to generally install, maintain and service any type of RAC equipment. Technicians have the most climate relevant job, and they can really make a difference. So we always should consider that. They are the key to transition. And each training measure addressing good practices in servicing in the RAC equipment can significantly reduce emissions and leakage rates and also enhance energy efficiency. Each training measure addressing good practices and the application of good service practices is a basis for efficient operation of any kind of equipment, independent of the type of refrigerant. The main problem is that we don't have good practices in many cases. Safety aspects need to be addressed always, and in training programs and overall. And they are relevant for natural refrigerants, but also for all alternative refrigerants. The use of natural refrigerants, but in general all refrigerants, should only be handled by trained and certified technicians. We experience now, I mean, GIZ is always following this when we introduce natural refrigerants, but we experience that many times there's now R290 air conditioners getting installed, and the technicians are not trained properly on safety and flammability. And there we need to be careful. And also, yeah, a lot of the accidents happen mainly in the informal sector, so we really need to make sure that we include the informal sector. If we don't include the informal sector, if we don't give them tools, if we don't include them and give them certification and training, we will not achieve energy efficiency. They play a crucial role. Looking at the challenges and also how to promote energy efficiency and combine it with ultra low or zero GWP refrigerants, we see that the servicing sector is crucial. I mean, a study on energy consumption in Europe on air conditioning showed that 50% of energy conservation operations are within operation and maintenance. So, and they are usually low-cost options. The most important measure to increase energy efficiency for maintenance to maintain correct charge of refrigerant. This can result in a saving potential of up to 29%. To clean heat transfer surfaces and filters and replace them, there we also have 25% energy saving potential. To maintain proper system control set points, there we have around 8.4%. So operation and maintenance is crucial when we talk about energy efficiency. Good installation, maintenance and servicing of RAC equipment is one of the most relevant factors to improve energy efficiency and especially to maintain that level of energy efficiency. Well-serviced equipment can be more efficient and also keep those values than a super efficient unit that is installed wrongly and is not maintained properly. What we need is a system for qualification, certification, and registration. We call it QCR for technicians, and that should be obligatory by law in the ODS or HFC legislation for every technician who is handling refrigerant and who wants to buy refrigerant. We need to control this. In addition, of course, end users need to be trained, and we need awareness campaigns on energy efficiency. And what we also need to consider is to support responsible servicing practices. System operators should be held accountable for the emissions for their systems and should be required to hire only trained technicians. And this is what we have now in the revised EU F-gas regulation also. So finally, I would mention that it is essential for the servicing sector to bring into the market sustainable technologies that are reliable. Technology changes are always a challenge for technicians and all related areas. promoting energy efficiency is a temporary measure that always needs to consider long-term development and technological progress. Promoting HFC-based interim technologies in the end hinders the timely development of efficient technologies to phase out HFCs. Therefore, precious time passes by and investments for the development of efficient non-HFC technologies are not made. In future, in Europe, we will have more sustainable technologies that are overall more climate friendly and offer a better economic choice. Article 5 countries will benefit from this development. These technologies are less protected by patents and can be produced or reproduced in Article 5 countries on lower cost. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Philip. And I think this takes us to the next topic in this discussion, which is placing a state-of-art equipment in the market is something that we are all aiming to, but keeping it operation with this energy level that it was designed against is another challenge. So I would like to ask Greg, who has some experience in quantifying this problem and understanding this problem, to share with us their experience, how we understand this energy efficiency shortfall, and if there's any ways to measure these levels of shortfalls, and what actions need to be taken in this regard.
Thanks very much, Ayman, and welcome everyone. It's a great privilege to be here this morning. You know, one of the things I think you've heard from all of the panelists is the refrain that servicing is absolutely essential to delivering energy efficiency. That products, when they're purchased, high efficiency products, when they're purchased, sound great on the shelf in a store with a great label showing how efficient they're going to be, but when they're installed and when they're used and maintained or not maintained over a period of time, customers don't get what they pay for, and there's a degradation in this. So I want to tell you a very, very short story in response to this, your question, Ayman. In 2004, Australia put in an HFC refrigerant management system, a licensing program that required a certain level of training. When we reviewed that in 2014, we discovered, among other things, that there was a reasonably large energy savings that happened as a result. It wasn't the goal of the program. The goal of the program was to stop leaks and to ensure better handling of refrigerant. But we also got a benefit from the fact that trained technicians, when they went and they worked on equipment, also took steps to improve the efficiency. This led to a whole lot of questions and internal thinking, because while that wasn't a focus, of course, if you look at energy use from cooling technology in Australia, it's about 22% of our total use. You know, there's a sizable opportunity that's likely to be available. And what you see on this slide here, and I won't go through it, but was a bit of a thought experiment that we did about how big could the potential savings be. The answer was quite significant. But in talking to government about policy options that we could take, or that they could take and we could take in cooperation with them, and regulatory approaches, they said quite reasonably that while this seemed true, and intrinsically we all know this to be true, that there wasn't a great body of evidence. So the story I'm going to tell you in 2 more very quick slides, I hope, is what work we did to try to answer that question. So we undertook a major study with perhaps the largest contracting organization in Australia that looks after about 9% of Australia's total buildings. And they have phenomenal records going back for 20 years. The records get better, so we looked at the records over the last 4 years. Now, I'm just showing on this slide the results for single-head split systems, but we have it for a range of space coolings, and anyone afterwards, I can tell you where all of the reports that I'm going to quote here come from. I want to point out just a couple of things about this slide. So what this slide is showing is how often when this company went out to the buildings and looked at single-head split-system air conditioners, how often did they find faults that led to energy penalties. The two things to realize here is quite a lot. We're seeing quite extensive amount and frequency of energy penalties, meaning equipment's not been well maintained. So the first thing that we were able to validate from this and from the other results was that yes, there is indeed a problem, even with a market that's licensed, in ensuring that tradespeople understood their obligations to maintain equipment and that end users recognized the value. So the first thing to realize from this slide is this happens quite frequently. The second thing to happen is how simple most of the things described here are to fix. So when we're talking about filters and airflow and coil blockage, this is about cleaning equipment. We need trained people to work on the equipment, but this is not a high level of training. And I'm not saying that all of the results relate to this, but many, many do in sizable percentages, that these are issues that can be addressed by a workforce that's trained, but doesn't need to be highly sophisticated. So there's a significant opportunity to improve the performance of equipment. The next question, and just as importantly, is how significant is the energy fault? So we saw in the previous slide that it happens quite a lot. The next slide, this slide, talks about, well, so what? So you have a lot of energy faults, but if the impact of these is low, then who really cares? Well, the answer for this is they're not low. So the Department of the Environment tested 4 types of equipment. We worked collaboratively on all of these projects. You see the faults tested here. It wasn't the full range of faults that I showed you on the previous page, but it's a good selection of them. And we tested across 4 types of equipment, including refrigeration equipment and air conditioning equipment. And in air conditioning, it did include split system air conditioners as well as packaged units. So look, we had 2 main findings. Main findings are most of the energy faults resulted in penalties of 14 to 20% for a single fault. Now that's a significant number. That's not inconsequential. When you talk about 15 or 20 or 25, or in the case that we heard earlier of the Middle East, a much higher percentage of countries' electricity use going to cooling. When you start talking about a single energy fault being 14 to 20%, that can add up really quickly. And the second thing to realize, of course, is that that's only for a single fault. When you have multiple faults, the consequences doubled or could increase significantly from that. So these were not cumulative. So you couldn't even say 14 to 20% is sort of where it sits, because obviously if there's one fault, and it's because a product is poorly maintained, there's likely to be another. I will point out that there was one figure that I don't highlight here for a cold room. If you have a mixed refrigerant going into a cold room, we had an energy fault of 69%. So we're talking about massive consequences of poor servicing. Where does that lead us in terms of where we go from here? And the key messages, Ayman, is that this is something, and I won't talk now, but I'm happy to talk later, about there's a whole range of, I think this data shows that even in a country with a licensed, trained workforce, that there's still huge opportunity available. I think globally that opportunity is even larger. While in energy efficiency, of course we focus on point of sale, we really need to remember that point of sale only talks about the bit of equipment entering the market. We have that entire fleet that already exists, and we have to look after that as well. Thanks, Simon.
Thank you, Greg, and thank you for giving us hope that it is doable in a simple way. But let's move to the bit complex topic which keep popping up, the training and certification programs. Manuel, you've been engaged in this for many years, not only in the Philippines, but across the world with different agencies under the Montreal Protocol. if you can just share with us your views about what are the key issues and barriers in combining the energy efficiency with low GWP training related programs. And in another question, in real life practice, we can train certified technicians, but do they practice what they have been trained against when they go to the field? And how we can incentivize this type of good practices and make it mandatory, both using the stick and carrot approach. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Actually, my answer is just a follow-up from what Philip said. No, as I observed in the assessment certification program of the countries, no, energy efficiency is not given much emphasis because energy efficiency should be taken in the training and in the servicing and maintaining, just like what other speakers said, that by simply maintaining equipment, you will produce energy efficiency, which is very, very much correct. Certification, most of the certification I've seen focuses on safe handling of refrigerants, recovery of refrigerants, brazing, parameter taking, no? Which 100% I agree that the focus of certification is on these aspects. Because no matter how energy efficient your equipment are, if it will be installed by incompetent, uncertified technician, then the purpose of promoting energy efficiency will be defeated. No? But on the side of practicing the learnings that the certificated technicians was able to get, are they practicing it? If they are certified, are they holistically practicing these aspects? No? I would say that being a certified technician has very, very big advantages, you know, because in other countries, only certified technicians are allowed to purchase refrigerant, only certified technicians are allowed to perform refrigerant works, and they're the ones who can enter the big market, you know. But if they're practicing this well, let me give you an example of my personal experience. Way back then, way back in long time ago, in 1992, I think, I was working in Australia, you know, and during that time, you know, if you vent refrigerant in the atmosphere, you will be fined. There's a big amount of money that you will be fined, or you can go to jail. Really, that's what they're saying us. Maybe it's one way of telling us that do not vent refrigerant. So we had this service call. The problem is that the cold storage is not cooling well. So we went to the place and we look at the evaporator and we went on the rooftop because the condensing unit is on the rooftop. And we have this R22 with us, big R22 cylinder. So we went there and we know what's the problem. The condenser is so dirty, it has bird's nest, full of dust, plastics. So we need to clean the condensers. But we don't have any cleaning, you know, any cleaning equipment. So my Australian friend, you know, who's my lead man, told me, get the R22, the cylinder. So I thought we were going to charge it. And then he said, we're going to clean the condenser. And he took the R22 and sprayed the condenser with R22, cleaning it. So I was shocked. So I was really afraid because I'm just studying in Australia and I don't want to go to jail. So I told him, hey, mate, I thought venting refrigerant in the atmosphere is really prohibited in Australia. We will be fined or we can go to jail. Then he said, you know, mate, you know, yeah, this is prohibited. And we could be given fine or we could go to jail. That's what he said. If we will be caught. That's the bottom line. I mean, all of these things will boil down to attitude. You know? Even if you're certified but you're not practicing it, it's useless. You know? Being a certified technician will give you some sort of responsibility and awareness that if you perform, which is not in accordance with a good practices or not in accordance with standards, then it will be useless. So you have to promote certification and assessment procedure in a very good way. Just like Madi said, NOU should work well with an association. Thank you.
Thank you, Manuel. And I think you have brought an important topic, which is changing the mindset is not only about the technicians' practice. We need everyone involved in the game to be on top of it, including the end users, including the operators, including the supervisors. So with this, I think we start with some kind of round of questions and interaction from the audience. What's the first country? We have Grenada, I think. Yes. Leslie, please.
Yeah, thank you very much, Ayman, as facilitator, and thank you to the esteemed panelists. I want to show my appreciation for what you have presented and for exposing this aspect of the refrigeration services sector, which deals with the whole issue of operation and maintenance. I want to particularly highlight the presentations by the colleague from GIZ, Philip, and Manny, with the example that you gave in your Australian experience. And while we have said all of that, and it all sounds good and I'm in agreement with, there is an element that we need to introduce with regards to the whole issue of servicing and maintenance. And Manny basically touched a little bit on it in the sense that we can train our technicians, but whether or not they would perform what they've been trained is another issue. And he gave an example of a deliberate case. But there are instances where circumstances does not allow the technician to undertake what he has been trained in. And I'm going to give you an example. So whereas we would train our technicians in the good refrigeration practices and what to do and what not to do, we are now faced with a different kettle of fish when we are now introducing the A2Ls and the A3 type refrigerants, as well as when we look at energy efficiency. So in a recent training session that we held in Grenada, called the Grenada Cool Training, where we introduced these technologies, the technicians have all agreed that the toolkit would have to get a complete overhaul, in the sense that the toolkits now would have to include intrinsically safe equipment, ATEX approved that is, something that they have never used before and never bought before. And then when we look at the cost of these types of tools and equipment, very exorbitant. In some cases, 5,000 US, 3,000 US dollars. We spoke a moment ago about the informal sector. Can the informal sector or the formal sector afford these types of tools and equipment? So Manny, whereas the case you identified was deliberate, the circumstance of our technicians is that even though they are trained properly, can they execute all of these maintenance and operational procedures without the equipment that they can't afford? So the elephant in the room again is finance. Who is going to finance or make accessible and available these types of equipment to the technicians to be able to perform those tasks? And that is a real issue that us low-volume consuming countries and developing countries and countries with economies in transition have to face with. We train our technicians, but they come back to us and say, can you assist us now in getting this equipment? So we can provide concessions for that, but it is still exorbitant. They still can't afford. And the other issue that we need to take into consideration, if the technicians ought to do their jobs properly, it's going to take a much longer time to complete an installation or a service maintenance. Time is money. Can our end users afford that? Are we setting up our technicians to fail because they would have to increase their cost for servicing and maintenance? How are we going to address? And these are real life situations that we experience on a day-to-day basis. So I'm hoping that one of you as distinguished panelists can provide some comforting information. And it's very unfortunate that our technicians are not in the room, or not many of them are in this room, to understand the benefits of all of the maintenance issues that you've identified. And also to explain or to present to you the challenges that they face with what I have just explained. So through you, Mr. Moderator, I'm hoping that your esteemed panelists can provide some information with regards to the situation I've just described. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Leslie. Thanks a lot. We have a long list of countries requesting the floor, so I will take first round of questions, and then we'll take another round. I will kindly ask those who are requesting the floor to be as brief as possible because of the time consideration. Next on the list, I think Nigeria, correctly, Azat?
Thank you very much, member of the panelists. I'll go straight to my question. My question goes to GIZ. Please, can you provide us the market penetration of ACs with R290 in Germany? Can you provide us with estimate in terms of percentage of R290 ACs equipment? This question is very important because of the implementing agencies' promotion of R290 ACs equipment in Africa. Thank you.
Thank you, Nigeria. Next in order, Cameroon.
Thank you very much. I want to congratulate the presenters. I think you've actually made like we're talking our mind, especially the experience from Australia that we just had. And exactly what the problem we have. Training technicians were not able to apply the experience, apply this technology, what they have received. And so it's much a problem because if I followed the presentation, it's still the problem of certification and certification does not actually undertake the energy efficiency aspect. And this is exactly where especially countries, international economy in transition, want to undertake energy efficiency aspect. So what do you advise countries who hope to carry out certification scheme completely to do if I have to include in the total shell energy efficiency aspect? That's one question and it's addressed to the last speaker. And my one question comes again to Philip. I think actually listening attentively to what you said, it follows to exactly what Nigeria just said. The issue, we have a program with you, and one of the problems we have is availability of 290, and because of the shipment that we need to get to the country. The question is, having problems of just getting 290 in Cameroon, what is the situation after this first consignment comes in? What are the conditions you think we can do as a party to work with you so that we can get this 22 in the country so that it can be available to the technicians that really do want to? I want to join the fact that one of the problems that they said that technicians actually proposed was that there's a problem with contamination, not having the right refrigerant. Could that be another concern for technicians in my country? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I have still 7 countries requesting the floor, so I will take one more, then I will go back to the panelists, then I will take the second 6 and another row of round of questions and answers. So next in row is Angola.
Thank you, Mr. Facilitator, for the floor. I would like also to thank the Ozone Secretariat to organize this workshop. So, as the Mr. Facilitator said at the beginning, technical assistance has been the largest issue for the NOUs, in particular for the LDCs. So, I heard during the intervention of the representative of the GIZ that new products are being developed to improve the issues of energy efficiency and that the Article 5 countries will benefit. In that, I would like to know if a survey was made of the most common difficulties in the area of technical assistance for the A5 countries, and would like to reinforce the need of taking into account those factors during the development of those new technologies. So that is my intervention. Thank you.
Thank you. I think I don't have to repeat all the questions again. So we'll be allowing the panelists to go one by one to respond back. Try to be brief as possible as well, because we still have the second round. Maybe we'll start with Philip. You've been popular in some questions. So let's start with Philip and then go to Manny and then come back to the rest of the panelists.
Yeah, thanks. Many questions. Some of them were not so clear, but I hope I got the main points out of it. So starting with Grenada, Leslie, yes. I mean, and I can only confirm what Marty said. We need to have tools. And I think before we start upsetting supply chains for for equipment that uses flammable refrigerants, we need to make sure we have vacuum pumps, A3, UL certified for flammable refrigerants, and manometers, and I mean the basic equipment. And what we, and these questions also came up from Idris in Nigeria or from Cameroon. So we need to make sure, and I'm thinking about, I like the idea that there's no taxes on equipment, and I believe, the countries, the national ozone units should really try to get some tax exemptions for certain basic equipment, and we need to try to get supply chains running. And if we set them up wisely, we can reduce the cost significantly. What we are doing as GIZ, we always work with the associations. We give them tool sets, not enough. Of course, we always need to give more and focus and emphasize more on that. But I think that's a very crucial point, and I think the Montreal Protocol should look at it and how we can fund it.
Thank you, Philip, and I think this is an important point. Manny, please. Manuel.
From the question of my friend Leslie regarding the tools, in the Philippines, in our country, if you will set up a service shop, the first requirement is that your technician should be certified. And the second requirement is that you need to have complete set of equipment, because that's important. Because you cannot do a good refrigeration work if you don't have this equipment. So if you have these two, then you will be accredited by the Department of Trade and Industry. It's just one of the requirements if you will set up a service shop. Then you will be issued a business permit by the local government if you have this accreditation from the Department of Trade and Industry. So the technician will be forced to purchase their own equipment. No, we cannot just rely on GIZ providing us with equipment. You cannot rely on Montreal Protocol. On MLF to provide equipment. So it's a responsibility of a technician or maybe the service shop that will put up a service technician, because if you don't have all of this, then how can you perform a good refrigeration practice? How can you do proper recovery of refrigerant? How can you perform evacuation if you don't have proper vacuum pump and micrometer? So all of these things. No? So it costs money, but it's the reality. You have to spend.
Okay, thank you. We'll try to be as brief as possible. So maybe we can take Madi.
Yeah, thank you, Aman. Aman is a comment, and also to congratulate Nigeria and Egypt for the question they ask and the comment. This is a reality. Let me talk as a president of UTRIAC, then an African perspective. You already, GIZ and managers said the main issues in this country. We have a lot of non-formal sectors, technicians. Most of them never even been at school, but we are technicians where we can repair refrigeration equipment. Now we are providing a new refrigerant, a flammable refrigerant, training up to 20 or 30 people by country to handle this equipment without the tools and equipment to operate after, because not the tools we are using for the training, they leave the training center without this training and they come back to their workshop without any equipment. In very few cases, we have few equipment also with them. So in Africa, I'm asking to myself, why all these tests are made in African continent? Because I think the question from Nigeria is also calling for this. We need first to introduce such equipment in African continent to make more awareness about refrigeration sector. I'm talking in my speech before, I talked about taxes. We have a high rate taxes on refrigeration equipment that they cannot allow technicians to even later to buy these tools and equipment needed to make a good servicing. So it's very important to start by this, not only to train 20 or 30 technicians by country and say this country is ready for flammable refrigerator. We have a country as Europe where we have close to 1 million technicians. In Egypt, we have close to 1 million technicians. do you think that training only 100 technicians in that country because of the amount of money available for Montreal Protocol for this country, the other 9,000 can do it? So it's very important and clear for parties to understand that the question of safety is very, very, very strong. The question, is there any air conditioning, split air conditioning running in Germany? I think Nigeria has this question to GIZ. I will also like to hear from GIZ if there is one air conditioning, split air conditioning running in Germany or in European Union market. I would like to know about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Madi. And maybe this specific topic, we can keep it for bilateral because it's, yeah, I know it's important, but maybe it's not directly to the topic of the energy efficiency and servicing, so we will follow up on that. Allow me, before going back to Greg and Claudia, if you allow me to take the second round of questions so you can reply to all as well together. So I have in front of me Malaysia, India, Kenya, Kuwait. So Malaysia, Malaysia, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, facilitator. Thank you for all the speakers for the presentation and sharing the insightful information. My question is to Philippines, in regards to, okay, now we talk about the energy efficiency of the air conditioning system, and we talk about the inverter system in the energy efficiency, right, air conditioning system, and in which it can't separate from the electronic parts of the inverter system. So as a association to refrigeration and air conditioning to train the technician, is it any future plan that this inverter is also part of the training requirement to have equipped from for the technician to make sure the system is continuous maintained with highly energy efficiency? Thank you.
Thank you so much for bringing this additional dimension. So next is India.
Thank you, Mr. Facilitator. We would like to thank the speakers for their presentations, and we'd like to have the views of the panel on the following. Considering that most low GWP alternative refrigerants have issues relating to flammability and toxicity, how the capacities of the service technicians can be enhanced to handle the flammable refrigerant, including for servicing of cold chain and MAC equipment. Secondly, we would like to know the view of the panel on unified certification and training system, including training approach for the service technician operating in RAC, MAC, and cold chain sectors. Lastly, we would like to know from the panel on standardization of tools, equipments to be used by the service technicians for equipment servicing in each of the sectors, namely RAC, cold chain, and MAC. Thank you.
Thank you so much, India. Next is Kenya. Mike, please. Yeah.
Thank you for giving us this chance to give our input in this very nice and timely topic that we are also considering ourselves. I come from Kenya, and this region, we would wish to acknowledge the fact that the energy efficiency is nascent, and it involves behavior change. And we are also considering how to input our thinking in the early minds by changing the curriculum of education so that young Kenyans can start demanding efficient appliances. The consumption will go up. And then in that case, the demand side for energy efficient appliances will also grow up. Going forward on that, we would wish to request that the manufacturers consider economic blocks and invest, if possible, in those areas. While doing that, the capacity for the consumers will go up, the technicians will go up, and the demand will go up. And the availability of these appliances will also be high. The cost of these appliances may come down because now there will be no import duties and all that. And in this, there is more investment and there's more consumption. And finally on that, if we could improve the measurement and verification process for these appliances while in these areas, and we are talking from informed position, then we could also benefit from the elusive carbon markets that may not be easily approached if we are not giving the right data and information. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Kenyan. And next is, we are running out of time, of course. We have only 5 minutes officially, but I've been told by the Secretariat we can take additional 10 minutes. They will somehow compensate you back since the topic is important. So I'd like to ask Kuwait, try not to give us a hard time. Kuwait, please.
I have a beautiful lady sitting next to me, so I can't skip my question and complete discussion. So we are both having a discussion with Argentina. So I have a simple question that one for the training for Mani and for Madi about the training and how the training is going on. So the problem of the training of technician is the continuous training, because you train them today and after 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, the equipment is being updated and you need. So without the continuous training and having a system of training, that training of tools to open and close and welding, it's something that it's been practices before. They build with it. So I don't understand how we will keep this continuous training on that manner. The second question to the lady from, I forget from where, sorry.
Akeri, Claudia.
Akeri, Claudia, thank you very much. The question when you talk about the baseline and these things to the company, we don't appreciate to the company to know the logistics of the country itself. The demand of these companies have to be their own demand, not they order by what is available in the country. This is how we constrain the consumption of the refrigerant in the country. If I told them this is what we can give them for the total country, then they will consume more than what they need. Eventually, this is how we deal with it in my region and my country especially. The last question is for Greg. Greg, you are talking about the energy efficiency losses. There is something that nobody discussed before, that there is some equipment when you install it without having any maintenance on this one, just taking periodic maintenance, it's clear, but within 1 year, 2 years, there is an energy efficiency degradation. So that degradation, if you buy it as an expensive and it's very more efficient equipment, but after 1 year it will be similar to the cheaper equipment, there is a question for the buyer, for the end user, how to use this systematic. So we need to have more study about the degradation of these energy efficient on the factory, on the test rig, rather than to be on the floor. Thank you very much, and sorry for taking the floor.
Thank you, Kuwait. Next is Sierra Leone.
Good morning, everybody. Our concern is that as we chart the way forward for energy efficiency across the globe, we are looking at a clear pathway in terms of framework for energy efficiency, which takes into consideration energy efficiency policies for the RAC sector and regulations, which serve as a baseline, especially for countries that are yet to achieve these ones. Review the curriculum that will take into consideration the emerging issues. Of course, capacity building across is something that we cannot shy away from. And as Madi was saying, robust awareness raising, which may create the room for uptake when availability and accessibility are being enhanced. We also call upon, if we can achieve all of this within the period set aside that is measurable, then monitoring and evaluation of our success can be enhanced. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sierra Leone, for being specific and brief. And I think I have the last one, or just one more. Senegal is the next.
Thank you very much for everybody and the presentation. I have one question. As we know, the first enemy of code is humidity. And we are talking about water and air in the presentation regarding the certification on model. And we have here air to water and water to water chillers. It is a question I would like the presentation, the expert to explain. And the last one is when we talk about alternative regarding HFC, it is the basket are hydrocarbons, CO2, and ammonia. But we didn't talk about water. There is the two figures that I would like to clarify. Thank you very much.
Thank you all. It's a long list of interesting questions, and I think the topic is difficult to be covered in 1 hour discussion. So maybe we will be just trying to have some kind of an iBird intervention on all the questions by the panel. So let me start by those who didn't provide input in the previous round, Greg and Claudia, and then move back to the other panelists for the final concluding remarks within time. So Greg, please.
Thanks, Simon. And first, let me apologize. There were many, many questions. I have an answer constructed, but I will miss some. So if I haven't answered your question, I'm here till Friday. Please approach me, and I will do my best to answer it specifically. I think one of the things we get as we move towards a license scheme of people who manage refrigerant, and let's be really clear about this, is the size of the industries in our countries will get smaller. The informal sector will shrink. So we are talking about people losing their jobs. There's a flip side to that, of course. And one of the other sides of that is, and this is something we have evidence of, is the remuneration in our sector for refrigeration licensed, trained refrigeration air conditioning technicians goes up. So actually in Australia at the moment, you don't want to be a carpenter, you don't want to be a plumber or electrician, you want to be a refrigeration technician if your focus is on how much money you make. And that actually isn't a problem, it's a benefit. And the reason it's a benefit is when a building owner calls and wants you to come out to fix a problem, or better yet maintain equipment beforehand, while it may cost more money on a per hourly basis, you hopefully aren't going out as often, the repairs are done right the first time, and there's a whole range of benefits. And smart companies are actually finding ways to reduce how often they need to go to businesses because of failures, because they help them do proper maintenance. So, you know, are there some challenges here? And people talk, and this relates to whole sorts of things. So money about tools, if you raise the remuneration in this sector, you have money for tools. You also have the capacity, and we also have experience on this side, as you introduce flammable refrigerants and other technologies that are different to what people are used to, you have a smaller, more focused, more trained workforce in which you're putting those technologies, or asking to deal with those technologies. We introduced R32 in 2014. As of last year, 97% of split system air conditioners in Australia were on R32. We haven't had an accident. Partially, I think that's because we have a well-trained workforce, and there's opportunity. Not that it's good enough. I mean, my whole point is there's heaps more to do, particularly on the energy efficiency side. No means am I saying we've gotten there, but I think we can see some lessons learned that are translatable and give us a path forward. With that, I'll hand over to Claudia.
Thank you. Thank you, Greg.
Thank you.
Claudia.
If I understood well, you were asking about this baseline for energy efficiency measurements that I mentioned at the beginning. And I think with the protocol, the Montreal Protocol, we have lots of information about refrigerants, the use of the refrigerants, the kind of refrigerants we're using. But when it comes to energy efficiency, because it has so many variables, we cannot up to date say the lack of the energy efficiency in a system or an equipment, it is clear. So how do we start improving something if we don't measure it? So we need to develop not only this how to measure the variables, but how to set the road to improve energy efficiency, but based on something. And that something to us is a baseline, either for equipment to keep the manufacturer's baseline, or for the system to have a baseline so that we can realize it is or it is not improving the system. So I think that was the question they asked, and you want me to take opportunity and start closing it?
Yes, please.
All right.
Your final.
So the topics I have in mind, because first of all, I welcome this question about the associations, because the role we must play is finally recognized. I need to say it. So the training aspect, the awareness programs, they should, and we have heard that on the previous panels, made from a holistic approach. And usually associations are the focus and the main space for us to gather different opinions, different areas in the country. So we have universities, we have the industry, we have a servicing sector, we have a training sector. So thank you, Ayman, for strengthening the role of the associations. And once I said that, I will talk a little bit about training, which has been said all along this on the previous panels, then awareness, then innovation, which is something I have not heard that much in this context. Laboratories, they need to measure the energy efficiency locally and regionally. And one last issue that is not the less important, that is about the human aspect. So a little bit of the training, certification, and registration, we already said that, and we as associations must play a very important role on developing that, or at least bringing together all the actors. Second, training and raise awareness or energy efficiency. We have been talking in the context of the Montreal Protocol about refrigerants, about all the aspects about refrigerants, and we're switching kind of the topic. We're going now to energy efficiency, and we really don't know what it is, how to measure it in the context of our industry. The third one is innovation. I mean, it is also something that goes along with the improvement of energy efficiency. But innovation, at least as I have sensed it, is not something that every one of us think of something very important to improve innovation, from the manufacturer side or even from the models schemes for this work, like different models that are being now developed.
Thank
and laboratories, they need to measure, as I said, nationally and in the region. And last but not least, I need to mention something that Mari already said. It's about gender equality and inclusion. To me, it is at the most importance to realize that if we don't work on gender equity and inclusion, we're missing half of the information. We're missing half of the equation.
Excellent. Thank you, Claudia, so much. Maybe I would like just to complete the cycle before we wrap up the session and close. 1 minute for the remaining panelists. The final, we cannot respond to all questions, so there will be time for bilaterals and discussion outside the room. So Philippe, Mani, then Madi, please.
Okay, sorry if we didn't answer all the questions. We can discuss later. Basically, my key findings or summary would be, we know we will have flammable refrigerants. We need to find a way. We need to have certification and training. We need to do a lot on awareness. We need, especially the end consumer, the end users, they need to be educated that maintenance is worth it. And what we have not discussed today, but I'm currently discussing with global manufacturers, to get more smart AC. I mean, they all have Wi-Fi cards, or most of them now. We can have apps, they can remind you, do a service. I'm even discussing with the manufacturer to say, hey, you have the performance data. So if there's a problem, the client should get at least a message and say, hey, you need to clean the filter or whatever. And even the technician in Germany or Europe, the technicians are getting a message, the heat pump is not operational properly, please go and visit your customer. And so these are points where we have to look at. But what we have to do is reduce leakage rates, because the right charge of refrigerant is very crucial and it has a huge environmental impact. And online trainings we haven't mentioned, we should really focus on that too.
Thank you, Philip. Mani?
Thank you very much. We need to ensure that we will supply the market with competent technicians, because all of these things that we're doing, if it will not be done properly by technician, then it will go to nothing. We have to promote certification. You know, NOUs can send strong message to the end users that they should only patronize certified technicians. End users, even the manufacturers are end users, because they don't want that their equipment will be serviced and installed by incompetent technicians. So the certification approach should be promoted well by various government, intergovernment offices, and not just the government, but public and private.
Thank you, Mani. You wanted to say something, Greg?
No.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you, Ayman. Thank you, everyone. So I would like just to give an answer to a question about how many split we are installed in Germany or in European Union. Up to 2027, no split air conditioning with flammable refrigerant in European Union will be installed. Saying that, the African Party have to be aware that all these things need time. Of course, the matter of efficiency is very important for everyone. The safety also is very important, and to train, to certify, and to raise the awareness, we need time. And also, I think Africans and other continents need also that time to raise the awareness before introducing the flammable refrigerant, because we will save the environment, but unfortunately, we will kill people. I think this world has sense if we are protecting human and environment. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Madi. I know that it's a continuing discussion, so I would like to wrap up the session by summing up in few bullets the key messages that we receive. I know we are not here to find solutions in this panel, but it's rather than flagging areas that you may wish as parties to consider investing more time and effort under the Montreal Protocol while addressing energy efficiency in the servicing sector. So the things that I captured from the discussion today, and Secretariat will be doing a more elaborative, is we need to have a comprehensive overarching approach dealing with energy efficiency, low GWP, and safety. So this nexus of the energy efficiency, low GWP, and safety need to be considered jointly and not separately. The second one is the importance of the QCR, which is mentioned by Philip. We need to ensure that we have systems for monitoring, validation, and of the market and the equipment being there, even in a simplified way that fits the condition of Article 5 countries. The other thing that we need to invest time and effort in is that energy efficiency quantifying and measuring during the operation and the lifetime of equipment is not that sophisticated, as Greg explained. There are simple approaches to do so, and simpler approaches to fix it and create a great benefit. So this is area that we need to invest in. One more important aspect that mentioned by many member states is this accessibility to toolkits that enable technicians to practice what they've been trained against. The Montreal Protocol and Multilateral Fund can provide some kind of a seed toolkits for the training centers, for some of the private sector, but they cannot change the whole market through the funding mechanism. But this doesn't mean that we shouldn't be offering them way forward how to promote this toolkits to being available and accessible into the market. One more topic that was mentioned, the role that the local associations can play to help NOUs in further advancing this energy efficiency, not only during the training and activities and awareness, but can also playing a role in the implementation and enforcing some of these things. Last but not least is the importance that the regulatory frameworks doesn't deal only with training or certification or with banning equipment, or it shouldn't be looked at holistically as one big approach to handle the refrigerant management, including the buying equipment, buying refrigerant, certifying of technicians, and monitoring the operation of equipment in the field. So this is some of the key messages that we took from, not only from the panelists. The good thing is I have 500 panelists sitting in this session. They are all experienced about the topic. So thank you for your contribution. Thanks again for your time. And thanks very much for the panelists for joining us today. With this, we wrap up and conclude the session and wish you a bon appetit and nice lunch. Thanks.
Just to announce that we have a lunch now until 2:30, and we will start sharp, as you saw with other sessions. So there will be bell ringing just a few minutes before, so you can start heading. And the lunch is available to buy in the main cafeteria at the lobby on the right. Thank you very much. I also encourage you to visit the poster sessions. So we will put the names of the poster sessions that you can visit during lunchtime too.
Great, I apologize for...
Thank you so much.
Thanks so much.
Thank you. Yeah. Can you send me your points if you type them? The first ones you made them. We'll include them.
Thank you very much. I give you the
final one.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. Thanks very much.
Thank you so much. I have to give you the boarding pass. So now the boarding, you can go so across this. You can ask them at the reception. The colleagues of mine can show you. You can